I said as long as the player is capable of keeping up with the speed, I think it's fine. But that's also a design thing too. Like you have to design it where the player character is able to keep up. Like Neo is part of that too. Like Neo's pretty fast paced, but the player is also fairly quick too. So, how expensive are Wells these days? Let's see. They're about 700k now. It's not bad for after a day. Nayona. Oh, that's just a basic coat with yeah, for some reason that looks pretty good together. Maybe it's the colors. Wake up. It's fluctuating. Okay. Got a new EX combo, but still the same issues. What EX combo did you get? God, my loads are so ass since they moved the servers. Burn combo plus pain prov. What's the issue you're having? Did it again? What did it do? It unfollowed you? What the hell? It's not showing you refollowing, so I don't know if you refollowed yet or not. Yeah, Twitch randomly unfollows. Like, that happens. It's all good. Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to type if you weren't following, so yeah, makes sense. That's actually really cool, man. Yeah, pain. So, oh, you're trying to get the healing from pain provoke. I see. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Nice. So the damage you take from a burn or from that burn doesn't count as a standard damage type because it also doesn't remove things that you would usually lose when you take damage. So like the burn doesn't count as you taking damage for something like onslaught or whatever. But that means it's coded the other way too, meaning you don't take damage in situations where you need to take damage to proc something. At least not in the usual way. Yeah, I don't think pain provoke's worth it, personally. Someone's ass is just in the center of my screen, dude. Too late now because I coughed up 8 mil. Holy. Double check, nerd. Yeah, it doesn't count, unfortunately. What's up, Kai? How you doing? Appreciate the hundies. Yeah, you're gonna need a ring. Honestly, like, getting the count follow ring, probably one of the best things I've done. So nice. What ring are you trying to use, man? Because I feel like count follow just covers it. Because the only other ring that I would even suggest would be I don't want to use a ring. You have to have something in the slot anyway. Like, what are you trying to save the slot for? Do you just want to have no ring equipped? That doesn't make any sense. At the PB rings, didn't we just go over the fact they're completely unnecessary? You're spending more money on trying to not use or trying to use a ring that we already figured out really wasn't needed versus just using a ring that would satisfy what it is you're trying to accomplish ahead of time while also giving you other benefits. I feel like that's kind of a waste. Because you could get the effect of the PB generation from your EX augments and a good EX augment setup as opposed to being locked into using a ring for it instead. And I'd argue the PB generation is better on the EX augment combos than it would be on using the ring. Seeing as the ring would satisfy EX augment combo as well. See what I'm saying? Like it's a weird place to put it. Like if you really want a PB gen, you can just get a PB gen EX augment combination. Like what Bring Down will be part of that too, yeah? I missed into that last conversation. Yeah, like it's the PB ring just isn't really worth it anymore. With the fact that we generate more PB just with our our EX styles alone, like it's just no reason to use it. Also, speaking of, I need to switch my EX style since mine's max level now. As to use it, to be honest, you're also a gunner. And to keep in mind, the benefit of me not using that ring is I gain free healing I don't have to do anything for, which I want even more so now because I'm using Akins and I don't want to just pop my heals willy-nilly. And I get free PB, or I get free PP gen. Thought it was overkill with the ring plus subclass. Dude, I'm almost looping my PB right now. And I have no PB setup. Let's see, my weapon is Bring Down, Blight, Evade, Onslaught. So I have a little bit of PB generation, I believe, from Bring Down, right? Yeah, so I have a bit of generation from Bring Down. And that's it. I don't have any generation here. I have literally just Orgus and Bring Down. And with the EX augments plus your subclass, or plus with the EX augment plus Bring Down, or sorry, EX augment plus the fix on my armor, that's enough for me to already almost loop my PB. Like at a certain point, it just becomes pointless. Like you're spending extra money unnecessarily. And the trade-off of not being able to loop it consistently is I have a ring that's always going to heal me and give me more PP, regardless of the circumstance. On loop. Yeah, and your Leva already generates extra PB anyway. You already generate more PB with Leva too, so you're already looping plus Leva. I think they kind of do that by intention. So you don't need to massively like you don't need to put a whole shit ton on PB. You can just build your PB in different locations based on your overall build. The real question is, do we just go into a private room again and wait for people to show up eventually, or do we make a party and jump into a public room? So is it accumulation or gauge application? What are you talking about? Accumulation or gauge application? That doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, we were nuking with 8 people. I think you're overcomplicating the... It's two sides of the same coin. Your PB is a gauge. Accumulation increases. The description of bring down and leva. It's two sides of the same coin. So this gives you... PB gauge fills 6% when you down a nearby enemy. So this just gives you 6% generation of your PB gauge regardless on the enemy down. The leva gives you 15% increased PB generation on the attacks you're doing. It's just two ways of doing the same thing. If you really want to think about it, then yes, there are certain circumstances where if you were, let's say there's a fictional number that exists, we'll just go by 1 to 100. If it takes 100 gauge to fill your PB, this gives you 6%. That means on a down you would get 6, as opposed to with your leva, if you were to hit something that gives you normally, let's say 3 PB, then you get an extra 15% on top of that. You're not going to get that much more. You're like an extra point or 2 of PB generation overall. It's not going to be more. So this is just two ways. This is two sides of the same coin. There's gauge filling, and then there's also attacks to bring up the gauge itself. You can have a flat value that gives you plus a multiplier that's on top of the attack you're already doing. They both do the same thing regardless. It's just two sides of the same coin. You're filling the gauge in 2 different ways. This has to be worded this way specifically because there's no specific way for them to do it otherwise, unless it just applies it to your next attack. And that's the only way they could do this way. This is just on downs, you get a 6% increase to your gauge. Not 6% increase to your gauge accumulation, just to the gauge itself. Because if it was to the gauge accumulation, there'd be a 6% bonus to gauge accumulation for a set amount of time. There's just 2 ways of filling the bar. That's it. That's all they're referring to. The hell is that idle? Are you just emoting at me? Other weapons specifically state that, so it confuses me. What other weapon? What are we talking about? Give me an example. You're emoting, I see. Damn, Sev got bunked. Deserved. Why does Cry look like a teacher that's about to hit us? An Acrocelia. Acro is an example. Okay. Sure, this will work. Potency, increase PB gauge when attacking plus 20%. So this is when attacking, not increase PB gauge by 20%. Increase PB gauge when attacking plus 20%. This is just increasing your PB generation by 20%. They always specify when attacking versus increase PB gauge, and that's it. If it's when attacking, it's your generation. If it's not when attacking, it's just by a specific amount. It's usually one instance of it. The biggest issue is they added the word by. I actually believe, hang on. Where's... You have a leva, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, they used buy instead of on. Excuse me. But yeah, if they specify on attack or attacking attack specific, it's just your attack increases from the P generation you have. That's all. Archie gives more PP. I mean, does Archie even need PP generation? Do we even need PP generation these days? Let's see. There's really no reason to play anything else. I'm good with what I have. I'll just occasionally proc Celeste whenever I pinion or something like that. Oh, I need to sell the man in one real fast. Hang on a second. Sorry. That's gotta go for sale. And I'll start the room. PB auto accumulation plus 50. So that is your passive PB generation. Because the player also passively generates PB over time. Okay, well that's all nothing. I need to make sure my inventory is as clear as possible because it's going to fill up. And then Demio is worthless. Does PB ring give diminishing returns all the stuff added in? I mean, yes, technically. If you're already looping your PB, then you already have diminishing returns. It just depends on your playstyle. In some cases, no, because some people don't play well enough to keep enough damage up to get their PB back fast enough. In other cases, it's fine because, you know, they've kind of balanced it out. But if you're using everything all at the same time and you're stacking all those PB generation items, eventually you hit the point where you've already generated enough PB, you don't need any more. At that point, you're in diminishing returns. It just depends on the player. So there isn't like an exact number specifically. Some people like having a little bit extra. Some people prefer it that way. That way the overall generation is fine, but you're limited by the cooldown on PBs regardless. For example, if I can generate a PB with less than 80 seconds, there's no point. And I'm nearly at the point of almost overgenning, and I have basically almost nothing built into PB. So I can only imagine anyone who's actually built for PB is generating like crazy. I was topped at waiting 25 seconds. Now keep in mind, it's also partially because we're fighting ads too. That's going to give you quite a bit of PB generation just in general, because you're hitting so many targets. But yeah, which means you're going to be a little over each time. I'd prefer to be under by a decent amount, especially with how often that we get free PB items all the time. You mean for like bossing, you're like 15 to 20 seconds over? Yeah, then you're like, I'm almost perfectly looping on bosses. On Ranger, I mean, to be honest, as myself personally, I probably would only ever use count amp, count follow, and defeat amp rings overall. I'd consider a PB ring in the background on Ranger because you probably want to run a Leva on Ranger. Because you don't want to chance your group not having one, and having at least 2 is optimal, I think. Only boss I can't loop is Loser. Hey, what's up, Crystal? How you doing? I think reasonably you want to make sure you're kind of semi-close, but not over it, you know? Treasure shop. Realize I was all the way down here too. I'm low on Triboost, so I will spend some SG. I'm okay with that. Did I send you EX list version 2? You might have. Check our DMs. It might be in there. Okay, that's fine. Alright. I'm gonna start the lobby. You guys are more than welcome to join in as you like. We have everything yet. Passwords Chrono, disable NPC assists, enable all ship matchmaking, please. I'd recommend it. Slot's really good. Nice, 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 nice. Is it this one? Yeah, that's it. Chilling some music. How's you? I'm doing good. It's always the cool part. Like, if you don't like my music, you can just watch on YouTube and you don't get music. That's kind of nice. If you want the music, you watch on Twitch. I forgot to eat food because I'm dumb. If you did see it in there, Sev, can you pin it, please? God, this load screen, dude. That's the one thing I hate. Like, the oh, actually, Sev, grab it and post it in our PSO2 channel in Discord. I'll just pin it. Sure. All right, there we go. You can't talk in Alliance while you're in all ship, right? That's so dumb. The child hasn't woken up. If they're not awake yet, that doesn't count. They just have to go take a shower as soon as they wake up, that's all. There we go. Those at the dome, they'll wake up. Nah, they've been traveling and shit and been on vacation. So, like, they're just coming back and are obviously jet lagged and tired and pretending like they're not. It's pretty funny. I'm fine. Yeah, okay. Onslaught without that what's it called sucks. Also, my auto party join isn't turning on. Weird. There are 4 people in the lobby. I'm surprised it isn't already procced. It looks like enemy kills also count for increasing that meter. I caps out so quickly. There it goes. Oh, it's when trials pop up, that's why. One thing I do enjoy though is the fact that at least on Celeste I don't have to worry about what's it called? I took Nidhogg, but I forgot to use it. Well, good news is that Helvian has a whole video about it. Make sure to use this first. Damn it. So you do this, into this, into this. Back into another one. If only Pinion was better. You know, I could see Celeste being the bouncer choice if Pinion was like a crazy good buff as well. Mm-hmm. Like Celeste on Slayer. Want to play, but I gotta work. It is how it is. What's up, Sylveon? It made me use my useless normal attack for the counter. Yeah, it's Celeste is in a weird spot, man. There is a worthy target. Yeah, I mean, even if it's only like 4 of us, as long as people are, you know, actually geared, you kind of crush shit. Just been wide waiting on next week's boost, I believe it is, for farming my Ogs. Oh yeah, I am just farming in general to sell everything this week. I'll just take the money I make off of this week and buy things on cheap next week when it's all in the gutter from the boosts and shit like that. I can't use my... Yeah, I gotta save that. I wanted to join. I'm not heavily geared on a new account. Are you leveled to join? Because like it's limited quest content. I don't care who joins. I don't have to be super geared. Oh, look who we have here. Damn it. What hit me there? Just casually doing nothing? What's going on here? God, Celeste is so much more easy to activate other than Address, dude. Address is so annoying. Yeah, I'm just about looped my PB, dude, and I have nothing built into PB. I have bring down and that's it. Like, that's almost nothing. If I played better, that's just easy to loop. Like, that's nothing. Which will be better when I get grad pressing, because I'll cause it down faster. Yeah, Augs are expensive right now. I wouldn't recommend trying to use them at the moment unless you are just impatient or you just got money like that, you know? I had someone complain that I was holding a Legend Dios instead of Crypt. I mean, whatever. I don't think the Legend Dios buff at the moment is worth it. They probably assumed you were using the Legend Dios, but it's whatever. So at this point, Legend Dios is just going to delay your Kin's buff from starting up. Assuming you get the down doesn't happen in the first 120 seconds, then you're good. But that's also extraordinarily specific. Like, really, really fucking specific. At the start, it's viable. That's it. You guys, again, I understand how it works. I'm saying, is that worth delaying? What the hell's that? Is that worth delaying your That's Grand Illusions. Delaying your buffs, so to keep in mind you're delaying other buffs you could have going at that point in time. Which I don't think it is, but still. Last 20 seconds. How much time are you putting into getting that buff? Not even a second, and you're swapping off of it afterwards? Or are you using it for the duration? Are you using it for the duration of the actual 20-second buff? As long as not much time is put into actually getting the buff, and the buff persists on a different weapon, then yeah, I can see how that's worth it. Yakuma, where are we? But yeah, I'm assuming the buff from Legend Dios persists on weapon swap, yeah? Or do you have to use your Legend Dios for the duration of that buff? Alright, as long as it's just on weapon swap thing, I don't see an issue with it. The Legendios is a group proc buff, right? Like, everyone gets that buff, don't they? Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah, it sounds like they just assumed you were using a Legendios. A follow ring, nice. Though there's a lot of there's nuance in the mix there. I'm pretty sure they just assumed you were using a Legendios is what it was. But if it's giving a group buff, no one else is using it as well. Definitely the play. Watching while Concito farming, underestimated the different methods of getting SG until I need. Oh yeah, no. That's why it's always hilarious. People bitch about SG. I'm like, you absolutely can get SG if you know what you're doing, or if you like try. I don't, and I always have more than enough SG. Like I don't even try, and I have plenty of SG. Damn sure of not buying 2 left. No, do not. Please don't do that. I saw someone who had a multi-weapon Kins where it was it was the boots and the swords, and I almost bought it, dude. It was 50 mil for boots plus sword, and it was a Bandak 4. I was like, oof. If I had the 50 mil and I hadn't bought the other weapon for 30, I'd buy the fuck out of that. You have 12k SG currently? Yeah, it's easy to get SG. People are just very, very impatient with their SG usage is all. I fucking can't lock on. Oh well. That was the nice. And a Grand Illusion. Like, it's not difficult to get the resources you need. I barely freaking play and I have everything I need. They're just game for the entertainment. People just don't log out, man. The people that do log out are way too addicted to this game. Yeah, it's a very simple concept. It's just play what's fun. And whatever's not fun, don't interact with it. It's very simple. Like, oh, well, they have to know that it's not fun. They will when no one plays it. It's not that hard to figure out. So it's really easy to have SG, just don't spam it all on the SG scratch as soon as it shows up. But I have to get all the SG fashion. You will. There are free pulls. They do multi-pull setups. Like, it's not hard. Just wait. And if you're still missing a couple of things, at the end, do a couple of pulls instead of doing them all at the very beginning when the SG scratch shows up and you have 1,000 dupes because you got them all the time that they were there. No, Kai, you're just making a dumb decision. That is a personal choice. I'm not explaining that one. I'm not people that complain because they say that there's not enough SG for them to go around because they've taken out of X, Y, and Z. I'm like, brother, there's plenty of SG. We get more SG now than we used to get in the past. Yeah, if I'm ever really hurting on SG, I just start doing special scratch ticket pulls. If you're doing regular special target scratch ticket pulls and you don't have any SG, I don't know what you're doing. Oh no, Kai's got a more intense meme weapon than Astra does, unfortunately. FOMO always wins. That's not even FOMO. They're just being stupid. Like there's no FOMO involved. It's just pure impatience. I heard my name. Oh, Sylveon was talking about your meme weapon because Kai mentioned it, and I was like, Kai's got damn near a worse meme weapon than Astra does. I just don't know if you updated yours or not. Yours might be just as bad. Your stuff is just missing the new shit? Oh, I see, I see. Was there using either way? Oh, he's made a full meme setup like you had. He's made his with BIS. He usually does each time. They're also using multi-weapon, yeah. I'm just as cursed as you are. Another Wells deal. Another chunk of money. Money. Unless, or you keep saying this heresy, I'm gonna put it on and fight with her right now. You guys are allowed to make dumb decisions, but I'm gonna call them stupid. Well, you guys used Prims. He used, were they Prims? Or weren't they the old, I can't remember what units they were. Wasn't the EXP armor or was it Prims? Actually using the NEXP armors from 2026? Oh, okay. I think Kai played around that time, so he might not even have access to them. I bought them off the market at 10 mil each. Don't tell people that. Oh my god, stupid shield. The speed PA, but oh shit. I'll fix this in a second. You head back to work? Alright, man. You have a good one, homie. Okay, that's done. Okay, I need to do... I think it's... Spinning Gust. And then... believe it's... Is it Tap Violent Gale, I believe? It's a Fierce Wave. It's... Is it Tap Violent Gale and a Fierce Wave is like the... Oh, that's the Wombo combo to ensure that you have a thingy. I forget though. Yeah. This game released after a year. Any advice you can give to a return player? Finish your story, grab a Grand Illusion, and probably wait for the next unit setup. Tap wave violent? No, you didn't need to have SI up for the combo I'm talking about. That was never necessary. I'm pretty sure it was... Was it tap wave violent? No, it was definitely the one I'm thinking about is a hold wave, or is violent hold wave. Advice about gearing, class, or gameplay. I mean, to be honest, PSO2 is extraordinarily straightforward. You don't really have to think about much. It just depends on how much you plan on investing in your actual character itself. A lot of people are very heavy on, like, they don't want to spend money on, they don't want to spend a lot of money on their gear because they're concerned with fashion. I didn't need to do that. Damn it. I set up the double fierce. I mean, for right now, I guess if you were coming back to the game and you were looking to get caught up and everything and geared up, I would probably take your Decim gear, the Decim 4 armors, and focus on getting a Grand Illusion first. If you plan to go pretty heavy in your gearing, like you're someone who does like to get good gear and go for the chase weapons, then maybe pick up a, instead of going for the Grand Illusion. Well, no, you should still pick up a Grand Illusion because you can transfer off of it for free. So no, yeah, 100%. You should see Grand Illusions at plus 100 on the market. I would highly, 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 highly recommend picking one of those up. That should be your weapon to start with. Whether or not you stay on that weapon or not is up to you. Hang on a second. I need to switch these. Used to be Fierce Wave into Violent Gale. But you can transfer off that weapon for free. Which means you can move all of your augments over. The biggest new thing that's come around that most people who haven't played in a while wouldn't know about is NM augments. NM augments have the same strength as their counterparts. The only difference is they have lesser utility stats. So just keep that in mind when you're building. You can substitute MN augments in to get the same amount of power, but a little lesser stat-wise. It's totally fine to use things like LC augments until you can get the better augments slotted in. To be perfectly honest, if you're just coming back, you want to have a good set, and you don't want to spend too much on the current setups, grab a Grand Illusion, get solid out with a bunch of NM augments that you can get. Grab the cheapest capsules that are available for your class, which when I say capsule, I mean like the UD and the Yours augments. That's probably going to be your biggest expense, honestly. Then outside of that, just like you can build armors if you really want to. You can use your Decim 4s if you want to. If you're going to build armor, just make sure you build them with like LCs or something along those lines so you don't go too heavily in your investment. And you're chilling. I can probably straight up just... I could probably build that all myself in like maybe a few hours of farming. If anything, it's not expensive. It's really, really cheap. People are still playing Splinter Realm for free Grand 2s. No, the Grands drop here as well. Level 100 Grands drop here rarely as well, so you will see them on the market. They're going to surge in price down next week heavily, so if you want to really, really save your money as much as possible, next week Grand Illusion plus 100 should be much cheaper, as they'll be dropping, or there's a event going on that's going to cause more drops to happen. Yeah, the prices are probably still a little difficult right now, but they are dropping is the good thing. Got 2 yesterday, damn. Dude, after playing with Address for so long, Celeste is so easy to play. Yep, farm the zone. If you really want to be specific about it, I'd say farm this week. I know people are going to farm next week a lot because they're like looking forward to the buffs, which you should as well. It's definitely a thing you want to do. But if you have access to the shop, like let's say you have premium or you have a shop ticket, like you should farm this week purely based on the fact that everything is going to be worth more this week than it will be next week, as everyone will be farming next week. So you can use the time to just farm stuff and sell it all this week to make your money for next week. Also an option. But yeah, I mean, as far as like advice, it varies from player to player type. But if you have literally absolutely nothing, just like get a Grand Illusion plus 100, start augmenting it, start grabbing your gear. It's totally fine to go for the current armors if you don't have anything built at all, because it's still early enough. The fact that like we aren't going to be getting rid of this armor that soon, so you can go ahead and use these. But if you have an armor set built from before, you probably want to just chill with your armors for now. Yeah, no, sell them. I would highly recommend selling Wellesley this week. Next week the prices are going to be substantially lower, and if you want to build your armor with build all your stuff with the current new stuff, then I'm on ad lies, I'm on ad 2. I'm telling you, man, playing Celeste is like so fucking easy. I don't have to think about pressing my normal attack specifically to activate my buff and shit like that. Like right now, your biggest expenses are going to be the years and yurties, and I highly recommend just picking up the cheapest ones you can that fit your build. In the past, it used to be a pretty big damage difference because of the potency floor, or the potency floor. But you have so much of it now in your gear that it really isn't that big of a damage difference anymore. If you opt to not go with the defs, which if you're returning and you don't have a bunch of money, I would highly recommend don't do that to yourself. It's a huge waste of money overall, unless you're just that type of player. You'll just be perfectly fine overall. Sorry. Oh, shit. I know, that's right. Let me do this first, into this. Where's my boss? Right here. Into this. Into this. Do this to get closer. Get a bit of movement. Ah, too early. Do this again. I get in the habit of standing in front of him, actually, because this is going to be a good spot overall. This. Yeah, I don't recommend using Wellsdia this week at all. I mean, some people are built like that, and that's fine. You gotta like that, you gotta like that. Yeah, it's really easy to stack that. How's your luck with the Wells bin? I think I've sold 10 of them yesterday. We farmed for about 4 hours. And as soon as I get my next Wells, I'll let you know how many I have right now. Wells grind is pretty slow. Got about 7 in 2 days. That's expected. I'm glad it's slow. Give me some time to make some money. Yep. Put them on the market. Frick it. Right now, Wellsdia cost putting it on your gear is roughly about 50 mil. Like, I'm good. That's at minimum. There it is. I got 4 more today. Damn, we've gotten 4 today? It's been like an hour. Has it been even an hour? It's been 50 minutes. I've gotten 4 in 50 minutes. Jesus Christ. Very lucky today. RNG indeed. Goddamn Fargo is adorable. I came prepared to enter the water as well. I'll be counting on you. Fire in here. I'm wearing a swimsuit as well. Moment. This is too funny. Okay. Just getting bullied, dude. Without a concert boost, good luck. And concerts will still happen. We'll get the boosts. I think I did still have a little bit of concert boost left over after change the D in well. What? What am I missing? Am I dumb again? I might just be dumb again, dude. It's possible. Wellsbia? Is it a B? Am I crazy? I might just be dumb, dude. I don't know. I didn't come here to think, chat. I came here to grind, okay? Take the S away, change the B or D to a B. Welbia. At least you can spell second. Yeah, when I know that's what you want me to spell. You dot about, my dude. Who did what? What happened? What dropped? Come here. What? Of course I know who did that. That was Otaku. Have you not seen his freaking symbol art? You mean, who did this? That strike 3? Oh no. Sub is gonna blow Otaku up IRL. Damn it. Oh, what's up, Topher? Thanks for the YouTube sub, my dude. Yeah, we do still have a new action system coming, so it'll be interesting to see what that's gonna be all about. A third PB, true. And we have amulets on the way. Dude, if only. How did it even look in NGS? The same way it worked in PSU. You would have new effects and things like that based on your class. There could be a higher tier. Honestly, it could be that thing I talked about. There could be a higher tier of blots you can invest in if you're playing Force. You could invest in, you know, more damage or attack speed or whatever with Soaring Blades by giving up things with Jet Boots and so on and so forth. I think the way that would work best in NGS is if you gave up part of one weapon kit for specialization in another, or you pick something that gives you a little bit of both. Yeah, it'd be a way for them to add in that that thought process of new classes without really making new classes, so to speak. Meseta boost amulet? That'd be a concern. Most expensive amulet in the game. Attack speed amulet, the only amulet I'll ever wear again. Can't tell where the front of this stupid thing is. You know what? Hold on. No, I wasn't. Hold it. It wasn't tap SI. No, it wasn't that. It was definitely this. Where's my mouse at? Dude, is held Violent Gale faster than Tap Violent Gale? It does seem like it has less animation time. It'll probably pop out for UQ. Take care, friend. So my play is likely gonna be something like this. Yeah. Increase attack range amulet? It depends. Not really looking for more attack range. Attack range can be nice, but I'd rather attack faster than have a longer range. Oh, my back. Oh, it's just a pin. Okay. You want more range on your range PA? I mean, yeah, for Luther, and that's it. Like, it's not that big of an impact for me, personally. We have a TAC for it. But I would care less, honestly. I'm not sacrificing damage for range. Oh, shit. I had my buff from beforehand. Maybe raw attack speed with no cost. I mean, I don't care ultimately if it ends up being the same amount of damage because they reduce the damage you deal for the attack speed. Because then you have situations where, like, there is a lot of emphasis on you completing your PA. Especially for Bouncer. Where we have the option, as long as we're playing well on Soaring Blades, to continue our PA no matter what the circumstances are, assuming there isn't an unblockable. You end up giving classes, you know, bonuses to that situation as opposed to, oh, well, I don't want to take that in case I have to interrupt my PA, because if I have to interrupt my PA, I'll lose a lot more damage. I take an attack speed nerf for the potency. So that's the thing, is most people will. But ultimately, how much does the damage end up being, right? I know a lot of bouncers that take the attack speed nerf for the potency, because what it will end up giving them is a longer attack to Blade Arts parry more stuff during. It would then benefit those who have a longer PA. You're pressing more Blade Arts parries. But then if you miss the Blade Arts parry, it's more punishing. And also, if you interrupt your PA, the likelihood of you losing damage is even higher, too. As opposed to if you take the attack speed one, you get to the end of your attack faster. If you have to interrupt your PA, you lose less damage overall. That's why you do things like balance out damage versus generation of the situations. Every consumed PA sacrifices nothing for range unless it... Those trinkets will functionally different, like sacrificing PP, efficiency, or for damage. Well, I mean, the thing is, you don't need to sacrifice something to gain something. There can just be different ways of gaining is the thing. But a very big issue with the PSO2 community is they're very, very focused on balance. Like, heavily focused on balance to a degree where it's going to cause problems. If you try to overly balance something, everything becomes the same. I hate these enemies, dude. Their attack patterns are so slow. Ultimately, more speed and less damage only matters when you look at average DPS. I find it funny the songs that play on the LTQ aside from Ruinanga are taken from the Outrun of 2006 Coast to Coast. I have no idea what you're talking about. I do want new action skills as balance pass. For what are we talking about? For jet boots? Welcome back, Mr. MKP. Okay, for a little. Take care. Okay. Don't feel good. Go back to sleep. For a sword, maybe a trinket that skips the current charge level for the next charge level during Hunter Avenger. Or adding +1 charges to spears or wires. That'd be interesting. But see, those are... I mean, do you really consider those separate skills? Or are they just passives at that point? I mean, they change the way that you play, but, like, they're not really choices. Those are just things you take regardless. I guess if you have one amulet equipped, you would take one or the other depending upon what weapon you play. Funny enough, that's just basically a light form of the gas system, more or less. There's no telling what amulets are. Yeah, those are just base ring properties, essentially. It could be plus 1,000 HP. True. And like 2 players will be happy about that. Yep, Otaku and Astra. Let's be real. The only way to make it interesting is to add synergies, basically. My inventory's full. Of course, the stupid trial would spawn right at the end. We'll create parties for the urgent. Not what I wanted to do. All right. Oh. Sorry, hands. I gotta get a pair of compressed gloves, man. Or compression gloves. All the typing that I do on a regular basis. Pain's there, man. Pain is there. Rhodiums. Alright, I need to find somewhere to stash these until All right, it's gonna collodiums are gonna be stashed in premium storage. I'm gonna have to go through them tonight. Oh, this is a bad idea. I know for a fact I'm going to not actually go through these. Is my problem. Oh, I put those in character. Shit. Okay. All right, what are we getting at? What are we bullying? Luther, I guess, yeah? Luther's the one with the kins? Yeah, it's big variant. All right. Where's Sevat? All right. Those who aren't in the party, you guys know how to join the actual run. We'll give it like 3 minutes. And then we're going whoever's here. Mm-hmm. You got 2 minutes. It's all ship. Password is Chrono, just like before. And then we're going. Excuse me. What the hell did Cry become? Remind me of that one Tector player. Is that the intention? Yeah, you are using a level wand. That has Grad bring down evade, you bastard. Yeah, Einhander Jr. looking ass. Your cape is fucked up though. It's annoying. That sucks. Kinda, yeah, it was bored, Keck. I see. I was like, why does homie look like Einhander? What the hell? Or Einhander, technically. The Ein had an A. I guess no one else is coming. Mm-hmm. I'm mid run. Sorry, you don't have to apologize for being mid run. People always just ask like, "Oh, you never do runs, you never bring people in or whatever like that." So hey, you know what? I did. I set up a run. Can't complain to me. Blight Endure bring down max PP. PP. Bruh, people are really coping. They're like, oh, Duskblood is just another Night Rain. No, it's not. It is not even close to Night Rain. Alright, fine. We've left the beach. I'll put on my regular look. What's this? That'll do. Yeah, she does nowhere near Night Rain. Luther, you want to bring us your arm, dog? Son of a bitch. I would love to be able to... In moments like this, feels really bad. I should have set up. Yeah. Okay. Not quite in the 2 mil territory. Going to stand at 1 on purpose. Okay, and then this. Okay, sure. It's right here. We locked out. It was right in front of our faces. Hello? Can I get out of this, please? No. What's that? What do you mean I look for? Breaks coming up, I'll have opinion for, which is nice. Yeah, what about that break? Oops. Ah, yes. PNG. Spooky. Make it up a little bit, please. Thank you. Oh, I didn't pop my buffs in time. He's already dead. And we'll do this anyway. And jump right in afterwards in case it is time to, but I think you have to do it before he dies. I'd cope too if I were a Souls fan. What do you mean? Cope about what? The fact that Dustbloods is or isn't another Night Rain? I mean, we looked at Dustbloods. It shares maybe two mechanics with Night Rain. Outside of that, it's a completely different game. So I wasn't buying a Switch to play. Yeah, I'm not buying a whole Switch to play Night or to play Dust Bloods, dude. Like it's not happening. Okay. I'm going back in. You guys coming? Everyone good? All right, well, all right, let's go. Gamers, yo, what up, Brad? How you doing, homie? Had a long sleep, feel refreshed. Man, I wish I had those feelings. I did not have a long sleep. I slept, but a long sleep definitely won't end. How's the grind been? It's been pretty chill. Been okay for ourselves. We sold 8 wells deal last night. We got another 5 today so far. In the hour we've been in here, so pretty good day so far. Been running open lobbies with chat. Been pretty solid so far. Nice. I've been Wellesley banned. Not like this. Also slowly of course farming enough Grand Illusion thingies. Get a total of I think 1,000 of them for all our weapons. I think I could probably sell all these weapons for a decent price. Honestly, I just might too. We'll see. Oh. Blast you. Into this. Dodge your PB, that's unfortunate. Oh, it's gonna storm. Getting played by the game, unfortunate. It'd be like that sometimes. Some days just be getting played. How you feeling about Beach Wars? It's pretty chill. Not being taken out of the grind and put back into it, taken out and put back into it, makes it feel a little less taxing, honestly. So I think it's a pretty nice grind. Drops are good. Everything's been pretty solid. First week things are pretty rare, but that means it's worth quite a bit of money. Next there's going to be a big bonus going on. Things are probably going to plummet. That's when people will likely start to augment their gear. Pretty comfy. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't take you out of the farm, I think makes it just a bit more, I don't know, just a little bit enjoyable. Yeah, Manga will do that. It's like, you want to blight somebody? How about I blight you instead? Damn. Doesn't break flow, emerging, can't lost it. Yeah, pretty much. You can just kind of roll. Two wells is all I got. I've been blacklisted. If you've been blacklisted, you wouldn't have got anything. No way, what happened? You got an 11 so far today? Damn. Have you just farmed with us, or has that been your farming on your own? Can you sell yours from yesterday too? Just from this? Damn, dude, that's a lot of wells, yeah. I thought I got pretty lucky. Ew, no. You have a 350% up? That makes sense. I'll wait on it. Pop this first. Then do this. I hate playing jet boots. Don't stand in front of me, you dickhead. Oh, I got a Grand Illusion plus 100. Nice. A bit of money. Well, I think the nice thing too is it's drop in, drop out. Like someone can just leave and jump in and leave and jump in. You can just leave the room open, you know? Would like some new trash mobs to fight. I mean, it's Beach Wars. We ain't been here that long. Okay, we're attacking this lug apparently. Goodbye, Zesh. He was dead as shit. I missed this game. It's still here. And so many crits. Yeah. Kens is nice like that. I'm gonna try in a while. Oh, there we go. Is this a draw? Hello? There it goes. Friggin' jump pads and gunners. Mm-hmm. My 55% crit rate. NPC disabled? Yeah. Always. I would have been just lacking a lot of motivation lately, and just not video games, just everything in general. Yeah, you gotta fight that anxiety, man. Got another Wells, do you? Nice. Started voice acting? That's what's up, man. Voice acting is sick. If I had that kind of talent, that'd be fun. I can change my voice up when I sing and shit like that, but... your boy can't act for trash. And half of voice acting is, you know, the acting half. That's not what I wanted to use first. Everyone's got it. We just have. Let's all do our trial runs. It's okay to come down to thinking that like you ain't got it. Like, you know. It's nothing against any one individual person, but sometimes like some shit just ain't for you. You know. If I try to voice act, my brain convinces me that that I'm hyper cringe and I just can't stick with it. Like I just can't. Did it multiple times. This doesn't work. And I'm like, yeah, no, this ain't me. Like this just ain't for me, and that's fine. Oh, it is hella gonna storm, dude. Mm-hmm. There's my second Wells Dia. Okay, yep. Looks like I don't want a chance using it on the wrong thing. Delete you guys. Delete you guys. You self-deleted. Damn it. After this set of buffs runs out, I'm gonna take a quick break. Use the bathroom, walk around, stretch, and all that shit. I think my buff's got like 30 minutes on him or something like that. Yeah, 30 minutes. Okay, yeah. Also, chat, there's a possibility I may lose power because it's storming really bad over here. So if that happens and you don't see me back in like 5 minutes, I'm out for the day. Just as a fair warning. Yeah, it's storming over here too. It's been rumbling outside for like the past 15-20 minutes. There we go. You guys hear that shit? I'm not taking like a long break. I'm just gonna take, you know, take a 3, use the bathroom, all that good stuff, you know. Let's pop this. I assume you guys could hear that. Yeah. Applesauce, thanks for the sub, my homie. Started playing this game, stopped playing right after, and I just started playing this game, stopped playing right after NG dropped. I'm talking about NGS. Oh, so you're saying you just started back up again, dropped the game originally when NGS dropped. Cool, welcome back. unfortunate. I'm purposely staying quiet that way you guys can hear the storm every once in a while. Kind of funny. Freaking Christ, dude. Yeah, impromptu thunderstorm ASMR, yeah. Nah, son of a bitch. Blast this set of enemies here. What do I make my character look like? Big boss, missed the customizations. The game's in here the whole time, man. All you gotta do is play. So Cabin Goku, appreciate the sub earlier. Apologies I missed it. It's the benefit of free-to-play games. You can always just come right back to them. Dude, this fucking storm is insanely loud. This is with my window closed, by the way, chat. You're hearing all this shit. Just straight through the wall. Yeah, it's like right above me. It is very close. Loud ass thunderstorm. I'm here for my 307. I'm glad to have you aboard, sir. You have anything prophetic to say? You want to make it into a podcast today? We'll get Helvian in here answering questions, Keck. Joking, of course, unless he actually wanted to do something like that. That'd be funny, though. Impromptu interview with Helvian. So you're talking for the next 3 hours about dumb shit. Podcast mode, right? Oh, it's like, yeah, I'm here to farm my 300. Yeah, so if you could just mic up for me real quick, dog. Why not? You know what? Impromptu content. Yeah, maybe not 3 hours like last time, but you know. I mean, the grind is probably the best time to do this. Time to think. Maybe we can have the Mars conversation. And then we'll just shill Helvian's video. It's not a bad idea, actually. Helvian, give me like 30. I'm gonna finish out these buffs real quick. Once my buffs are done, I'm gonna take like 3, use the bathroom and shit, and then yeah, I'll play in. I'm done. Why not? Helvian's a good take to have on the channel because we don't see eye to eye on quite a few things actually. We're not wholly against one another, but like we have different views on how certain things should be set up. Put Goat Icicle Mage on my resume now. And be like, what game are you even talking about, sir? Icicle Mage? You mean Frost Mage? I think you're talking about World of Warcraft. Shit's too good. Fool, is Excalibur in here? What was Icicle Spec called in BP? I don't remember what it was called. Wasn't it Icicle? I mean, I never played Mage. I just assumed because everyone said Icicle Mage. I said Frostbeam and Icicle. That's all I ever heard. It is indeed Thursday. Why, what's up? That's annoying. Maybe we can BDO means I can finally get my final piece of purple armor. Ooh, the new armor that came out. This is past. Isn't this like the Sovereign tier armor or something like that? I think BDO entered a new era. It's like level 75 now or something like that. Bro, is Karim... What is it called? Was Karim Excalibur from freaking Soul Eater? Man's rocking a fool every once in a while. Proper 70 cap. Nice. I'm just gonna die before this goes off. Alright, so see you in a little bit. Playing it pretty casually, but it's an enjoyable time. Yeah, BDO is always a fun time, man. If I had a class I really really jived with the PSO2 or in BDO, I'd probably play it. But I've mostly been coping with what's his face, with Dosa. I'm gonna drown. Gonna drown. Agent looks cool. Interesting. Will I probably play Dark Knight? Yeah, I wish they would kind of shore up the opposite variants of the characters. Like, we have no male version of Lawn, no male version of Dark Knight, no male version of Draconia. Like, they do it sometimes. There's no male version of Scholar. For the longest time, there was no real female version of Warrior, but they fixed that with Seraph, which was nice. I wish they'd shore that up. I definitely would kill for a male version of Lawn. I was kind of hoping for like a dual Gladius wielding gladiator. I'm gonna die before I get this off. Oh, it's annoying. Very sad. Kind of a wombo combo. Yeah, this less rotation is pretty nice, but too bad it's anti-synergy with how this class's damage is calculated. He's dead. Beating on my attention back with Agent. If they give him a gunblade for Awakening Weapon, then they 100% got me. Yeah, we'll have to see what they do for his Awakening Weapon. Guess I'll die. Guess I'll die. Shit. Don't die. Not really giving me much of a choice right now. Uh-huh. It was real loud. Just parry it. It's unblockable. And the devs only give me a block, dude. Stare. The bouncer. The bouncer dev. Chillaxing in the stream. Gets hit with a random stray. Has no idea what's going on. Hope Doggo's doing okay with it. I'm sure Friday's dog's freaking out. My brother's dog is probably fine though. Probably just barking at every thunder or crack of thunder that passes. Just a rumbling. Heard that one? Did you hear the first one earlier? This shook my whole house. It happened like 2 minutes ago. Again, I'm not purposely making it like so you guys can hear these. I'm literally I just stopped talking so my noise gate is fully on and it is loud enough to activate my microphone. Anyways, tweet was Code Vein is September 9th. God damn it. Just put a timer on Neo. It feels odd dealing proper damage. What do you have? Something that deals damage now? Also, I just realized Astro's here. Astro, isn't it past your bedtime? Don't try to change the subject with the fact I have to patch your bedtime, Astro. WTF? Fuck. If HOK is September, then Aeon 2 is officially dead to me. Oh, I didn't get it. I see Helvian. There's Helvian. Trolio here, Helvian too. The last thing I posted was a story breakdown. I'm so afraid, okay? On their Twitter. What's this post you guys have? Hang on. Code Vein 2 Massive Edge launches December 2nd, no, December 9th. Put the DLC on a disc, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm all for physical media, but don't be stupid. The hacker dumped the GTA 6 build on a forum. Oof. Where was what, MKP? Oh, it's PlayStation announced it. It's in the tweet that Sev linked. Yeah, it's credible. Unless PlayStation just fucked up again. Yep, see. PlayStation Code Vein 2 Massive Idris DLC launches September 9th. That's actually somewhat okay. Because I don't think Neo's going to take me very long. All right, there goes my buffs. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I will pop back in just a couple minutes. And we'll pull Helvian in and have a little chat about probably Mars and a couple other things. We haven't had Helvian on the channel for a while, so it'll make for a good video. And we can chill his Mars video at the same time, too. All right, give me a couple minutes, guys. I'll be right back. While I'm gone, I'm actually going to push a 3-minute ad. That way we can get rid of ads for a little while. That way when we come back, have Helvian on, we can just have an unabated, unannoyed moment. So I know you guys just had an ad a little while ago. Apologies. I'm not doing anything anyway, so you're not missing anything. This is just to make sure we don't have ads later. I recommend you want to take a drink or take a break, grab a drink. Now's a good time. The lobby is still open. We're still farming, so if you are still wanting to farm, you can jump right back into the lobby. Hopefully it doesn't fill up while I'm gone. If it does, I might ask one person to step out, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, anyway, I'll be right back. Plates and cups downstairs. Bathroom used. Let's call Albion. Thank you, thank you. Solid 8? Okay, perfect. Yo, what up?
Yay, hello.
How you been?
There's an angle right now, so...
Oh, yeah, I'm probably not going to make it to that, unfortunately. It is what it is. I'm putting stuff up as I come out here, so... I need to take advantage of the market. I'm getting roughly 5 wells an hour, actually. It's not bad.
I showed up, I got 2, and then I haven't got in 5 minutes, but then I haven't got any since, so I should have just quit.
Oh, no. But blacklist like Sevas.
Oh, you... Last night... Yeah, what a... You can see like the disparity between people's luck.
Really
some people walking away with 6, some people walking away with 0 in an hour.
It's definitely an RNG fest for sure. All right, on my way back in now.
Oh wait, I can type that now.
What's up? What are we typing? What'd you do?
Who's bleeding, but I realize I can type that now as well.
Nice, nice. All right, cool. I'm back in. But yeah, no, I figured it's a fun time to ask question because I mean I sort of understood what you said yesterday, but only kind of got it because I'm a little brain dead, kind of dumb sometimes. But we are mindlessly farming. It'll do that to you. Yeah. It's kind of funny to even think about Mars these days, with all of the huff and guff people have given Mars. Like, hey, it's not strong enough, but hey, also I don't want to have to use it. Actually, Rast, what's the take on Mars? What's your take on Mars?
Okay, so when it began, obviously Hydra was way too strong, right? Obviously that was overtuned because
massively.
It was ratioing most classes down, and bear in mind, like, I think, you know, fighter was not fighter, it was still quite weak back then as well.
Yeah.
When I say weak, they were like mid.
They did damage, but it didn't really. They were just like, hey, I can do almost as much damage as you, but also I can get one shot, so like I got that going for me. That's like, it was really dumb.
When it came out, it was like, I don't think it was well understood. Like, because I think to this day, no one knows what Nidhogg does. That's why I made the video.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand how Nidhogg works, and I feel like I sort of understand Nidhogg to a degree, but like not completely. Like I remember we were talking about it originally, like when you guys were saying someone should be on Nidhogg or whatever to help, you know, push damage and things like that. But I just remember, was it Vile that has that section where you're like just you're trapped in your Mars basically? Yeah. Like I remember that being the point where I saw the community complain the most about having to use Mars. They're like, I don't want to have to use Mars or whatever. I'm like, that, like, it was the dumbest thing ever. It was the one time Mars felt actually good to use, in my opinion.
Like, is this a new thing? Because, like, did people complain when Omega Apprentice came out?
No.
JP?
Not at all. The only thing people bitched about was, when it came down to using Dark Blast was the fact that it wasn't as strong. This is just a new thing. Like, I've never seen anyone complain about Dark Blast right there when it originally came out.
I don't like how Dark Blast kind of just fell off to the wayside. But like, how is holding that charged laser for 5 minutes more fun than Vile? I don't get it.
I don't know. It was insane to me how people like they complained about having these. Well, it was mostly just having to use Mars in general, but the complaints have been very weird since NGS comparatively to like base PSO2, because I've said 1,000 times over, like people like to talk about how Mars is just a weak version of of AIS Vega, and I'm like, did you play AIS Vega? Like, are we on the same page here? Because I mean, I liked Perig as much as the next guy. Don't get me wrong, it was a lot of fun, but there was no depth to Vega, dog. It was literally either parry spam or it was normal attack twice, sword. Like, that was it. Congratulations, you played all of AIS.
I barely remember Vega at this point.
Yeah,
like you just parried and then you fired homing missiles over and over again, I think.
Pretty much, yeah. And then if it wasn't that, it was too normal into sword attacks. I remember just because back then I did solos of Yamato and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, so I think Mars is fine. Like, I don't know why people complain, and like even like right now, what I'm doing right now is very much worth doing.
Yeah.
Which is like right now, like everyone does 50% more, with a pretty decent uptime as well. Like once you learn, which to be fair, to learn this you need to go to spreadsheets out of the game, which is, I don't think is, because it's like on a tangent, it's like learning how down works. Some people don't know how down works.
Yeah, but
I think the game purposely just tries to not tell you because they don't want you to know.
I don't know. But I feel like it's kind of, I don't want to say straightforward enough, but like even then, I feel like it's not even a situation of like use versus not use, because like you remember the argument was previously was like, I want to use the class that I put all this time into or whatever. I don't want to have to use Mars for this power, which was a hilarious argument after listening to people talk about how they don't want to gear their stuff. I'm like, and now you want to use your class? Oh, funny how that works. But I digress. I think completely.
You can't win. Like, I think that's the extreme version of the opinion of I hate Mars.
Well, it was enough for them to have to reference it when they announced the 4-man version of Vile.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I honestly can't imagine hard Vile being Mars only though. I don't.
Yeah, it would have been.
It could have been a fight.
It wouldn't have mattered there. Like, it would have been very strange if there was even a Mars section. But like, I don't know. Again, the first time I felt like Mars really felt like interesting, like you had to learn how to play Mars, fight with Mars. People had ideas of like the styles they used. Was when we fought Vile for the first time, because it would throw you into your Mars and you were there. Like it wasn't like I had to make the most of this time. I had to use this during it down. It was, hey, everything you're doing, you're in Mars right now. Make it work. Which was, I thought was the coolest part of it. I was like, this is fun.
Yeah, the EQ was actually quite fun to me because now Nidhogg wasn't useful because 10% is not strong enough to justify using the weakest module. In terms of raw DPS, Nidhogg does like barely anything.
Yeah.
It's literally all in that marker, which in some forms of content is basically disabled. So it's not worth bringing. I think you just brought Garm Hydra.
Yeah, everyone ran Garm Hydra.
Garm is the best defense, like, you know, it's easiest to live on, I'd say.
Well, Garm normal's out damaged in most situations. So if not, you were using Skylar or Hydra.
And then you were ring Hydra for the one button.
Yep. Funny boom button. But yeah, no, it was a weird placing. Maybe I was a little overly angry at people, but like I was low key upset because like my first thought when people like complaining about Mars and they were just saying like, oh well, we're designing a new system. I'm like, they're gonna abandon Mars. It's like Mars is pretty much dead, and my entire thoughts of any new modules is basically gone now, and that massively sucks.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever gonna make another one, sadly, because
why would they?
I don't think there's much onboarding. I don't know what the new player experience is like, but you get it in chapter 2. Like, you're barely like level 15, and they already throw Mars at you.
Yeah, you have it immediately.
And you don't get updaters till you get to here, like literally here.
Yeah, it's pretty weird at first to get it very early on.
I don't think it's very integrated into the new player experience very well, which is probably why no one new really bats an eye at it, because it's like, oh, I got this tree and I can't fill it out because I'm not getting these magic updaters.
Yeah, well, I mean, they kind of force it on you like way too early, I think, honestly. But I don't know, even after this is like after the fact, like after they added in the conversation of, oh yeah, my Mars isn't even maxed out yet. I'm like, what are you doing with your Mars bars, dog? It was like, I don't even play this game and mine's maxed out. Like, what's happening?
I wouldn't be surprised if they retire Mars updaters and just let you take everything.
Yeah, honestly, they probably should.
Although, again, like the system suffers from just not explaining anything, because it's like, because they throw a lot of terms at you.
Well, it's all text based.
Like, what is Nidhogg execution? Like,
yeah, it's all text based. All of it's in the game. Like we've looked through. It's all here. You can read it. Problem is good luck. Gamers don't read. Like, people don't sit down and read. You mentioned, like, you know, you have to go through spreadsheets and shit like that. People don't want to read about that stuff like that. Half of the entire predication of my channel existence is the fact that most players don't want to read. Like,
yeah. I mean, that's
pretty much it.
Most creators are trying to just spread knowledge.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Wouldn't otherwise be gained if you just left someone to their own devices. This is the first time I ever made second time I ever made a educational video.
Yeah, I mean,
the first one was a bunch of chain finishes, but that's outdated as hell now.
Well, I mean, my favorite video about chain trigger was explaining all the ways you could break it. It's like if your mom walked in the room while you were doing chain trigger, it's possible it would break. If you turned over in your bed, you might have broken chain trigger. Like, sometimes it would just break and you had no idea what happened.
Come a long way from rest assign causing chain finish.
Yeah. There were a lot of interesting things that happened.
I mean, luckily nothing mattered back then because there was nothing to do. So
this is true.
We were in Vanford 2, right?
That was weird. Had a bit of an audio hiccup. Make sure everyone's good. You guys hear me okay? Yeah? Everyone good? Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, we didn't do anything. Like, I mean, to be fair, you didn't do anything. You were stuck in Van for the entire time, but you did the same thing that people that want to push towards endgame do now. People just spammed Bushin Cocoon. Like, that was the speedrun at the time, was the Bushin Cocoon spams. It's the only boss really that we had that was consistent, and then there was the purple solos eventually. Arc Circuit kind of wrote itself.
I don't know, I think Mars got an unfair shake, but I think it's going to get left behind now.
I agree. I think Mars was really, really cool. As a system, I think it was probably one of the coolest systems we had. One thing I want them to add to Mars is add an option like they did with Dark Blast where you can just, like, phantom it out, like, slightly.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would make it much easier to deal with. Other people's Mars is all over the freaking weak spot.
I mean, if we ever get to High Veil, then maybe they can bring it back.
Alright. That'd be cool.
If they do that, I mean...
We'll have to see.
Not on the roadmap, I don't think they would do it. I mean... They also hate Aegis for some reason, so...
Yeah, I don't know. Aegis is a bit of a weird spot. I'm not a big fan of it, but also, like, I don't understand why it just never gets anything.
Bro is level 8.
Well, it's always funny to listen to people talk about, like... I'm not sure, like, is PS2 and NGS, like, your first Phantasy Star games? I forget. We talked about this a while back.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the case, yeah. It's always funny to listen to people talk about NGS. Like, oh, they just recycle previous fights and previous bosses and bring them back with new skins and things like that. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, are we talking about this as saying this is not Phantasy Star? Like, because we've been doing this for 25 years. What are you talking about? It was like the entire premise of the newer episodes was just higher level versions of the fights we already had. It was like, yeah, you guys forget easy, normal, hard, very hard, super hard. Do we forget all these things? It was like, this has been here forever. What are you talking about?
Like, Omega Luther was basically Malignant Luther.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, Malignant Luther that we have here got more than Omega Luther got back then. He just kind of changed his element. That was it, really. Did they give like one extra attack or something like that?
I think he did more things that I don't really remember anymore.
I remember there was certain things he did attacks more often, I want to say, or something like that. I remember his element changed, and there was like one other thing he would do that was different. But it wasn't much that you would write home about. You basically treated him exactly the same, more or less. They're all current level, let them rotate. Yeah, let the bosses rotate which one you fight. That'd be interesting.
This is what, like, they have an easy way to get like so much more content and interaction if they would just like apply some effort to, like, we've been running the same lap of Arcs records for 3 years or whatever, but like they're only the Cocoons, and then every 6 months they run some unique quests, which I do like. That's the best weeks this game has, is when there's a flaming hell dash. That was a very good week.
Yeah.
But what they can do, literally, they can just like, you know, how Cocoons have a rank 2 and everything level syncs. Like, just do that more. Do more of that to Mask, to Planetfall Strike, to, I don't know, Story. I don't know, do some Story, put some modifiers on it, and call it an Arcs record.
That'd be interesting, yeah.
Maybe not Story, but like, you know, like
it's something that shake things up, so it's not always the same like rotation. I get the idea. It's something I've been saying for a while with content in general. They need to become a little bit more comfortable with doing a little bit more random. Like, I understand everyone freaks out about RNG all the time, and I know some people will be like, you know, but what about consistency? Like, I hear you guys, but also like I need fun. I'm sorry. Like, I don't have my brain to melt. Like, I hear your consistency argument and how important it is to you, but like a little RNG is a good thing as long as it's done correctly. No, my playlist is just is all anime intros and stuff like that, so you'll hear Naruto STs and things like that in the mix. But like I was saying for a long time, people were like, what was it? There was I can't remember what piece of content it was, but I was mentioning, I was like, yeah, that needs to be a bit more random. Like, oh, but what about, you know, for Arcs records and the speedrunners? I was like, just make the mode Arcs record different slightly. Like, make it consistent for Arcs record. That's not that difficult to do. I don't know why we have 4 urgent quests. Why it doesn't just have 1 major urgent quest and like just randomize the boss that we end up getting. It's like, oh, right now it's what's his face, or it's this guy, or it's this guy, or maybe like have different versions of them or something like that. Like, it's okay for it to change each run. They have this thing about like whenever they do stuff like that, they do it like it changes each day. I'm like, I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, I really hate when they do things like that.
I mean, it's kind of lazy because you can tell it's
on like reset or whatever.
It's because the first time clear bonus resets is like clearly a different quest.
Yeah.
In the database, so it's not actually right. Like Lucille does that as well. It's just a different Lucille every time. Like an actual quest. If you looked in the database, there's like 8 Lucilles.
Yep.
Next to each other.
Coded very silly. I was like,
it's the combat one.
Change the freaking boss, man. Like, even here, like, I like Angas here. I get that. That's fine. But, like, maybe have a dual boss rotate situation. Well, I guess, honestly, here's not too bad. Beach Wars is actually a pretty decent job because we get a bunch of different bosses. And Angas, like, are, you know, big, you want to kill this one boss or whatever. It's like, that's fine for me, I guess. But, like, there's other quests where I'm like, dude, why are we doing the same thing over and over? Like, I don't mind it that much, but, like, this could have been so much better done differently.
I think the main benefit this quest has is you're avoiding the extremely bad loading times that plague this game.
Yeah, I mean, Plague It now. My load times were fine before until they moved the servers.
Yeah, I think they got worse for me as well.
Mm-hmm. As soon as they moved the servers,
quite bad, but
as soon as they moved the servers, my loading times have been absolute dog.
Oh yeah, I'm loading the world map. Yeah, don't ever load the world map.
Oh yeah, that's gone. Okay, so random tidbit of knowledge. So when I was having issues with this game, which we found out some really weird stuff that when you have certain problems with this game, one of the things that would happen is I couldn't load my world map, right? Like, I would open the world map and it would just load forever, like nothing would happen. That's how I could tell like something was broken. And I went to open the world map earlier, like yesterday, and it started loading and it didn't load. And I was like, holy shit, I freaked out for a second. Because I was like, please don't be problems again. Because like these problems were so fucking bad, dude. Like it was so bad that like enemies wouldn't spawn. And if I left the quest, enemies would spawn for everyone else. Like, it affected everyone else around me. It was the weirdest shit ever. And it turned out it was a issue with, well, it was a cache loading issue. Like, it was a the shaders loading issue that was presented because of my motherboard. Apparently, motherboard companies, as of like I want to say it was like 2023, 2024. Has been an issue since then. Have their own built-in recommended turbo amounts for your CPU based on the amount of power draw that you have for your machine. So if you have available power to utilize, they'll turbo your CPU. The problem is apparently these settings were turboing past what the CPU manufacturers deemed was actually safe for the CPU, even accounting for overclocking. So it was just hyper turboing my CPU into oblivion and causing games to crash and not load properly. Fixing the issue required me to literally just undervolt my CPU and lock one of my performance cores. Ever since then, everything's been perfect.
I mean, it doesn't sound like a very helpful motherboard, right?
Yeah, I was like, it seems like a problem. Like, I'm not buying a completely new MOBO for this, but like, apparently this has been an issue for a while. They're like, oh yeah, well you have extra power draw, so you could turbo your CPU and it could be really great. And like, apparently no, that caused a lot of issues. Like, it made a bunch of problems for when I was playing Borderlands. Like I said, for PSO2 was a huge problem for me for a while. The whole thing. Oh, that was the other thing I was asking about. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like, the world map has always been bad for me.
That sucks.
Literally always, because my ping was always 200. Now it's 300.
Oof.
And I don't really. That's really the only times I feel is when I'm trying to load anything, especially loading in to and from all ship. It just takes so long. Like,
yeah.
Paladins loads faster, and Paladins is horrible.
Oh, don't get us starting about Paladins.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No more. The benchmark is beat by this. Like,
that's hilarious.
This 200 gig nightmare. Like, this game runs like a Gora Rocks.
I mean, I've played some issue. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just I've played enough games that I've had like bad loading times, things like that. But yeah, no, the loading time definitely got substantially worse with the server move.
Yeah.
So it's a pain, but it is what it is. But you know, what I was gonna ask was I remember just briefly we kind of talked about it, didn't really get into it, but you mentioned that you weren't a big fan of the Kin's weapon.
Yeah, it's bad. Well,
what's the thoughts on?
It's buggy, and it. Oh, what's the thoughts on the potential?
Oh, God.
Yeah. So as I discovered, actually Fox on Chip2 messaged me out of nowhere and was like, do you have any idea why my Kins is turning on at like 105 seconds in? And immediately my head went to hit stop.
Oh yeah, the hit stop conversation.
Yeah, so if your class has built-in hit stop, or if you just otherwise suffer from it by getting hit, your Kins gets delayed because somehow it's tied to you breathing, literally. So some classes like Fighter and Waker get absolutely screwed by it, and that's why I never noticed because I don't have any. So I don't know if they fix that.
That's interesting.
Probably won't. But even then, like, Kins makes this game turn into, like, I guess it kind of makes it turn into old purples where you die instantly in one hit, because in fact you can't heal. You cannot heal yourself, so you need to get attacker to heal you, or just don't get hit.
I mean, running count follows actually helped out quite a bit for me.
Yeah, I have to keep my count follow low for consume onslaught.
Gotcha. Yeah,
because otherwise I'm unable to. Oh, and actually the thing I do where I put maintain on one weapon and I put shortage on the other, and I just stay under threshold the entire time without maintain.
Well, I can see how Kin's gonna get you killed now.
Yeah, Kin's. Yeah, I mean, like, ever since I got Leverins, it's like, yeah, I haven't used it. Because I'm on Wix Leverins, it's just stronger versus an Abandetkins. But, like, it's just, like, there's so many times where it's just, like, because Solus was the only thing you were really doing that time, so...
Yeah.
Well, and Turtle, I guess, but... in Solus, you had to train yourself not to heal, and then you had to train yourself to heal right before the break, and there were so many times I just didn't heal myself, and then I troll my break. And then you troll your second Kins because then you heal late because as a knee-jerk reaction. It's just like,
yeah, it's
tying it to Resta is so weird.
Yeah, I kind of wish you could loop it first off, and the fact that it's tied to Resta is just very strange to me. But I didn't hate it so far. I just got mine not too long ago. I've been using it. Seems pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a niche use for its super armor capability, but like, legit, the only thing we've had is Solus.
Yeah.
And nothing like Arc's records are all going to be way too short for it. So like Kins is just does not have a potential in Arc's record.
Yeah, it's not an Arc's record weapon at all. It's I mean, I guess it depends on how long the Arc's record is specifically, right? Like some of them are about a minute and a half. Well, no, because it's got its cooldown.
So Turtle wasn't barely
3 minutes,
100 seconds for some.
Oh yeah, that's right.
For Lemnis, no class got it. And the next one is Helical Line, which isn't a combat, so that doesn't do anything. Next one is Monkey though. Monkey's not gonna get. I don't think anyone's gonna. Maybe Gunner will. Is gonna suck.
Here we go.
We might, because it's also inherently an Abandak fight or it's an Unwix fight. Lemnis was a Wix fight. Is it an Abandak? No, it's not an Abandak fight. You need 2 weapons. That's the other thing. It's like a. I don't know what the term is. It's like it's a infectious weapon. It's like a xenophobic weapon. If you use any other weapon with Kins, and you must only use Kins.
It's built to be the main stay. You're not swapping off of the weapon itself, anything along those lines. Which no. I get it. It's one of those designed for PSO2, not designed for speedrunning moments. Of it's nice to be able to weapon swap or whatever, but there's so much that's designed not to require you to do that anymore. Where they really want to put you on a single weapon and kind of to one degree it feels like you're being held hostage on that weapon. To another degree it feels like you're being you could argue that you're being what's it called, rewarded for staying on that weapon or whatever it happens to be. But the game's moved away from the concept of multiple weapons and things like that. You just can't use potentials half the time. There's cooldowns built in and things like that.
Well, the inherent issue with Kins is that you need a Termina one you need a second one with Termina because
the Termina swap for
you can
the crit,
you
right?
can swap it. If you swap from Kins to Kins, the state of the potential is preserved. So that timer isn't reset if you go from Kins to Kins, which means once you enter Kins state, why not be? Obviously, you want Termina.
Yeah, I mean it's more damage. It's going to be in those situations if you can get Termina, it's better off for you. But I mean, again, I'd argue it's kind of a solo thing, or it's kind of a speedrun thing though. Most people aren't even there. I trolled my down just now that you mentioned it. I just looked up. I was like, son of a bitch, I have 2 orbs.
Yeah, this is the thing. Is I am pretty much unable to see this game through any other lens because it's I don't know how. Yeah. What would I do if I wasn't thinking about these things?
It's fair. It's just one of those things that it's one of those you have to look at from outside of your you have to use looking outside of your perspective, which I have trained myself to do as much as possible. I feel like if I didn't, it would give me a very, very negative view of pretty much every game I played.
Oh yeah,
because I think 14 is what really got me to look at things that sort of way, just because they're very much a game where it's not everything is designed for everyone. There's gonna be some stuff you're gonna feel like you got one patch, it's been 3 or 4 patches since you got anything, while someone's gonna feel like they've gotten everything every single patch, because there's some patches where they don't care about certain groups of players. It's don't give a shit. This isn't for you. But PS2 has the devs have a very heavy heart on forgetting everyone to play everything, and I think that's the thing that needs to stop very soon. They're gonna design themselves into a corner.
There's poor creative space players.
Yeah, those guys Hey, I mean, hey, you know, they make some pretty crazy things in Creative Space, all right? Also,
so do I.
Also about to be some insane shit that's happening. You've seen Billy went global, right?
Yes.
That is massive. That's so huge, dude. Though we were looking at the global version of Billy, and a lot of you have access to the same stuff. It's just it looks like the creators need to set their region, like they set their stuff regionally, with it being global now. Because all the content's like, this creator said that your region can't look at this, so on and so forth. I'm like, okay, that's probably a need to toggle something now. But it's funny because people are posting like, yeah, if you play games that have primarily an Eastern audience, it looks at literally everything I've ever played. Like, oh, yeah, sounds about right.
Played WoW for 9 years. I played PSO for 6.
I mean, everything I play, PSO, Crystal of Avalon, played Aeon a bit, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, if I include those like free to play,
yeah, it's all MMOs that stuff
throughout the years. Yeah, probably more Eastern than Western. It's just WoW was a big outlier then.
Yeah.
Big Western thingy.
I keep flip flopping these stupid skills. Criminal. But yeah, I just figured the take on Mars because I kind of wish that, I don't know, we'd get another fight similar to that Vile fight. But I really want I wanted Nidhogg to be good in that fight because I used to take Nidhogg into that fight until I found out it was worthless basically comparatively to just taking another Garm.
Yeah,
which felt kind of bad.
I mean, the whole thing about against powerful enemies, these effects are weaker. It just kind of kills adventurousness because it's like it's such a ridiculous nerf as well, like from 50 to 10%. It's just not unless the quest is like 32 man, then it's still like big all realm. You still actually do want to do it.
Yeah.
But anything else is just not worth doing because they lost or a big ass nerf, preemptively nerfed it.
Can you blame them? How many times have they not done something and we break it immediately? I'm surprised freaking jump pads are still as they are, man.
Yeah, I think because they have taken steps, like they have actually re-engineered how they define which attacks can benefit from chain now.
Yeah.
I know because there's a lot more now. Like I know, like Legendios doesn't count, Lexio doesn't count. I'm sure if there's other because they've started doing that, and then the is that I'm not at that trial, but I think that's the which trial is that?
Ooh, the Melon trial.
Oh, the Punishers. Well, the Punishers on like the damage numbers are fake. Like you see the number, but it's like it's not your damage. It's not really anyone's damage.
It doesn't. It counts.
Work.
It shows your damage, but that's weird.
No, I think it shows for everyone. Everyone sees a number and it affects their DP. Everyone's DPS number goes up, even though it's one instance.
Does it? I've always seen my damage go higher whenever I make sure to hit all the melons specifically.
In the Huzzah quest, it was very obvious because it was like, even if you weren't doing anything, you saw like 1 million Punisher hits, and it's like, well, I didn't do that, so
weird.
And you can't like, you can't chain finish them.
Yeah, it does. We tested that one.
The raid zone thing, you can't chain finish either. The little missile. And in this produces loads of damage numbers. Like everyone sees them, but they are not owned by anyone.
Well, everyone has one of their own technically. I'm only aiming one myself.
Because you see them, but like that's making my DPS like. Is he? Actually, I don't know.
No, that's not affecting my damage at all.
Oh no, I just did that much damage. Okay.
Yeah, no, that was just your damage. I was purposely hitting it in a bad spot while the laser was hitting it on the head. And it didn't affect my damage at all. It was going down.
They are getting more strict on chain anyway. But I feel like just to be nice, they're leaving everything else.
Yeah, I think it'd be an uproar of upsetting if you were to change that now.
Oh yeah, no, I quit.
Oh, here we go.
You can't do that 3 years after Blazing Battle. Suddenly 3 years after Blazing Battle, you're like, no, now it's too much.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what it takes to fix it. I've seen the other end of some things that are connected, and it's hilarious. And you have friends on the inside that show, like, yeah, so this is actually just connected to this, and this is how they do this. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, yeah, otherwise it would overflow the value and you would break the game. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a not worth doing. It could just be, like, as a developer, you can just say it's not a bug, and then you save yourself a load of time, and you put time towards stuff that actually does matter.
Yeah. It's funny because I've seen multiple times there's like this PvP game mode it almost looks like League to a sense, that's in Crystal of Atlan. And for the past, like, I want to say it's been like a month and a half, the towers have been, what everyone is saying is bugged essentially, where they have way too little HP. You're basically rolling through them almost instantly. And the only thing that coincides with that happening is there's a specific game mode where it's a certain boss you fight every week. It's like a guild boss almost in a sense. You fight once a week. And the one time the towers were working properly, he had way too much fucking HP, like insanely amounts to the point where like only the biggest of whales even had a chance of taking him down. And as soon as they fixed his HP, all of a sudden the towers had way too little HP. I'm like, those things are connected. Somewhere in the back end, those HP values are connected, and when they tweak one, they screw up the other one. I don't know where or what, but they're connected.
I mean, I've done that in my own work.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend. He's like, "Yeah, no, they're probably connected to the table somewhere, and they just haven't removed it." And so that's hilarious. Yeah, first time we encountered that with level 70 was insane.
I mean, they gotta let us keep it. Like.
At this point, yeah, it's a just keep it.
They should design quests, accordingly if they're gonna. Because, like, Ordinal Tower rank 8. I think Ordinal Tower rank 8 kind of had everything. It had on the 3rd floor, it had plasma traps for gunners. And then on the 5th floor, it had Mars.
Yeah.
You needed to Mars for speed strats. Oh, yeah. I didn't even remember. Yeah, the whole boots and... Well, it's a broader issue of some attacks can be like converted into other types of potency, and the rule for something counting as chain finish is it a TMG attack, and for those aforementioned convertible attacks, they can be chain finished. And the list is. Well, it just so happens Jet Boots has Jet Boots and Gazond at its disposal, so it has 2 sources of extra finisher damage. I explained this in my Turtle video, and that is how I won Turtle, by the way.
That is ridiculous.
But I know stuff like Whirlwind works. Wolf and Demolition works. I can't think of anything. Oh, Talus weapon action works. Oh, is it Dimensional Ray works? Most of these are like dots.
Yeah.
You put it down and it lingers, kind of attack. But some of them don't.
Well, some of them stop doing damage whenever you switch off the weapon.
Some of them reduce their damage, some of them just stop. Well, I mean, this is like multi-weapon. Like, it has to be multi-weapon. If you just switch, then yeah, it's going to be 0.
I think Whirlwind reduces to like almost nothing, last I checked.
Yeah, Whirlwind isn't useful, but it does convert, is the thing. But I don't think it's ever going to be, that will ever be useful. Because you actually have to build the fucking thing and maintain it. But like, Fierce Wave, Gazond is quite easy to throw out before a finisher. Obviously, it's not DPS wise, it's technically not a DPS increase, but Turtle was so unique in having such a short down that it's like there wasn't really anything else you could do, so why not?
No, that's DPS you could fit in for that. I mean, I guess interactions like that are fine as long as they're not damage increases, because then you have to keep understanding that you make that a situation for the greater audience overall, right? Like, there's a degree where having a decent sized skill ceiling is good, but the skill floor being too high on certain things is like not really worth it. Well, I think it's nice for players who play the game like that consistently. I feel like it can become an issue very quickly if not kept an eye on.
Yeah, that's fine. Unfortunately, they created Point Blank Type 1.
Yeah, some of those situations. Defiance. I don't understand where they're going with this. Like, sometimes I'm not sure what they're trying to do there.
It's not. What they did with that is they created a new finisher, which is like TAS. You have to be a TAS, human TAS, to perform it. And if you do not perform it, you lose 20% of your damage for trying. And it's like, what? Why'd they do that? You know?
Yeah, it's a weird choice. I don't know if I'm gonna call that one untested, to be honest.
They had a year.
Or, well, I mean, amount of time doesn't matter if you don't have the manpower. Let's be for real. Like, it's the amount of time that. Okay, let's think of it this way, right? We were looking at it as being a damage increase, right? Like, you have to be a task to be able to do it. What if the intention never was that? What if the intention was just to make it easier for you to be able to get the same thing off at the cost of some damage? What if it was a skill issue choice? I mean, that makes it kind of bad, yes, but like, we also are a part of the same community that fully believes that they're okay with having more PAs as long as they just have a choice of a different one, even if it's bad.
I mean, the first mental hurdle you have to clear is to even use Point Blank in the first place, and some people just bullet rave.
Yeah, I mean,
which cannot be fixed. You know, like that's just what they're gonna do. Because it's like I'm over here, the other side of the map, and it hits and it works. But like the whole Type 1 Point Blank is like they normally. They normally tightly tune things, like.
Yeah.
But like you know the difference in DPS between T1 and nothing is.
What?
1.
Well, that's pretty ridiculous.
Bearing in mind, this is a class whose PAs you cannot tap. You must click and release because everything is chargeable. So actually, it's not 1. It's less. It's yeah, no. It's just it's a loss. It's just a loss.
I mean, you got to keep in mind if you think about it. Have you seen Bouncers? Yeah, they got one of the. I can't remember which version of Falcon it was, but you see the charge version of Falcon that we got?
No.
Yeah, they turned Falcon into a charge PA. Now ask me, what else does it do? Nothing.
What it does.
Literally nothing. It's just a charge PA now. That's it. They made an entire PA version to be able to use with Celeste. Still not good either. That's the crazy part is they just made it so you could use with Celeste. So you had a chargeable ability that way you could activate Celeste without having to use Pinion for it. Still a damage loss. Still just bad.
I didn't even think about the Celeste interaction.
That's the only reason I can even foresee it existing.
Is it like big or?
It's just it does damage, but the amount of time you take to charge it and let it go perfectly, you would have done more damage just spamming the speed TAC on Falcon.
Yeah.
And the amount of damage you would lose overall would be higher because you would be trying to force this on Celeste all the time, which would require like an attack. That means you're not using Adris, and Adris just happens naturally in your rotation. So like it was designed completely for Celeste to be able to activate that one thing, and it just is less damage. I do think sometimes they just pick some stuff. It's like, hey, someone wants to use this weapon with this setup. Like, I don't foresee any other reason because it doesn't all of a sudden become like a charge parry or anything along those lines like I thought it would. Nope, none of that. You can kind of think of it like a charge parry to an extent with Celeste's activation, but it's only up once every 20 seconds. It's just real bad.
I didn't even know. I didn't even pay. I don't really pay attention to many other PAs.
Yeah, it's
it's
awful.
I know Revolt Aim got a charge, which was literally made for gunners, like because Rangers are full time on the one that moves the blight.
Yeah,
I think. Like T3, I used it on Lemnis, so it's pretty good pre-fire. Does like 350k crit.
Yeah, well,
What?
pretty dope. But yeah, no, I think there are just moments where they design some shit that's not meant to be good. I think it's just meant to be easier fit a playstyle.
This is the thing with Point Blank. It's like T2 and T3 are passive. They barely do anything. Right?
Yeah, my
it feels like T1 was meant to be the one everyone picked. It's like, pick this. You want a big finisher, right? Pick this one, and then it weakens all of the high tier finishers. Like they all become weaker with no suitable replacement.
Yeah.
So ironically, it actually does make the game a lot harder picking it, because you now have to spam this one finisher, which you need to be like Super Mario Bros. 1 TAS accurate. And I don't actually know if it's just I'm bad or my ping makes it even harder, because remember, a ping used to be a positive for gunners.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's actually bad now, because I think like the ruling of whether something is actually under chain finish is actually kind of inverted into against the player's favor now.
Strange.
So like the combo is supposed to be with T1, you do 3 charge point blanks and then you just do a quick uncharge, and then the first hit of that should barely fit. It took me 40 tries to do it once, and I'm not bad at this game. So like,
yeah, that sounds like a ping
right?
situation. I don't understand other way. But I don't think it was designed for that. I just think it was designed for it to be like an easier point blank for people. The same way I don't think that Charge Falcon was designed to act like to be good. I think it was just designed for people who really wanted to play Celeste to have an option. Because I can't understand, like, I honestly think this is one of those situations where it's naivety on their part. I don't think they thought anyone would actually try to get all of those in that small timer, that small thing. I think that's us figuring that out, and that's what it's become. And it reminds me of Final Fantasy XI back in the day, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with Final Fantasy XI at all, but there was the release of, and Final Fantasy XI, like the FF nerds will know as well. Back in the day when Square Enix came out with what was it, Dark Knight. It was slated to be a heavy, brawler / tank style class, and the player base pretty much decided no, it isn't. It is like we can set it up and use warrior with it to give it provoke, or better yet, we can instead use ninja as our tank. And it's like, well, ninja is supposed to be a DPS. Well, ninja has the ability to give itself mirror images. So the player base found the right type of gear, combination with warrior for provoke, and ninja became an evasion tank. And instead, Dark Knight became a DPS, since you could do massive damage with guillotine. It had a chance of missing, so you would just stack up the ability, the stuff you needed for accuracy, because we all love accuracy in video games. Definitely don't hate that. But you would stack that up and deal massive damage with Dark Knight. So the tank that they designed became a DPS, and the DPS they designed became a tank. So I'm no stranger to like game companies deciding one thing and getting something completely different out of it. Players will use shit in ways you never considered. And apparently it happens more often than not, especially with League.
Yeah, I can't think of a time where that might have happened in one of any of my games. I'm sure there is one, but I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, I'm in the design room. I've got to come up with there's a jigsaw's on the monitor. I got to come up with 3 tacks for point blank. Oh my god. Well, I guess one's gonna be hail of bullets. Like, it does. Oh.
To me, it reads like a situation of what is your overall goal, right? Like, what are we trying to get from this thing that we're doing? And what I've been able to see consistently from PSO2 is their primary goal is players using. Like, it is the interaction of someone, like, interacting with what XYZ, whatever it happens to be, the thing that they've made. Like, that's what it tends to be most of the time. That's where all the statistics come in, is how many players have played XYZ, how many players have used XYZ, how many players have farming XYZ, all those different things. And I think sometimes what takes over is ease of use over, like, damage. I think it's purely coincidental that we found out that you could fit in an extra, what's it called, an extra point blank in there. I don't think it was designed to be able to. I think that is completely an oversight on their part.
I mean, is it easier?
If it's faster to fit in an extra one, yeah, that makes it easier for you to do them, even if it's less damage. Because for some people, it's not about doing the most damage; it's about feeling like you're actually able to do your entire combo.
It's 17% weaker. Like, that's insane.
You would think
you would. I feel like you do more damage failing the normal one.
Yeah, and the thing is that you would, but it's a difference of numbers and feel, and for some people, feel matters more than numbers.
Yeah, I mean,
I've had to come to terms with that one personally, because I was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you're doing worse. It's like, yeah, but it feels better to do. It's like, all right. I mean, if that's how you like dealing with that situation, and I think the big one for me was having conversations with friends like back in PSO2 days, playing very off-color, strange class combinations that really didn't work together. It's like, you're just like, it's always. I'm not sure if you've heard the conversation of like, of play Jet Boots Knuckles to play like a monk style class. I'm like, that's not really a thing. You're just going to be really shitty at one or the other. And it's like, you're going to be bad at one of them or bad at the other one and good with one. Like, this is how it's going to be. And like, yeah, but it feels fun to play. It's like, I mean, yeah, that's fine. If that's what you're looking for, that works. It's why
there are some valid combos out there.
Yeah, but like a lot of times they're not put together for that reason. They're like, hey, X thing looks cool with Y. I want that.
Well, it just so happens that Dante was a good combo.
Yeah, right.
And Bayonetta is also a good combo.
Yeah. It's just how it works out.
And because of a bug.
That was hilarious. And for those who don't understand what we're talking about, there were moments where you were playing, what was it? I think it was more like Sword was just an edited weapon to a bunch of weapons because of how broken one ability was.
At least in my case, it was literally just because TMG's counter options were terrible back then. So it was like, let me pick something with a big number on it, and Sword was right there, and also it had Overcharge, which was good for Solus.
What was the? Didn't they also have a TAC that was broken for a while?
Yeah, Spiral Edge.
That was the Spiral Edge cheese.
Was so strong that everyone had to just bring swords. I think it was Aegis was, Aegis just came out as well at the same time.
Yeah.
And it was so easy. I got like world third solo.
Yeah, I remember it being a big thing at the time.
On an underleveled hunter. Level 70. It's level 85. I was level 75.
Yeah, it was quite the time. Yeah, logic versus emotion is a thing. It's something that I have to separate because people always have this like, oh well, you're not here to have fun. I'm like, my version of fun is different, you know. Like, this is fun for me. I know I say and I'm yelling at the screen, I say I'm upset or whatever, but I wouldn't do this if I wasn't actually enjoying it. That's kind of the thing. Maybe it's not the act in itself, but the result that I enjoy. But like, that's always the thing.
I guess there is a time where like it was like late in my WoW career, like when I played Frost Mage, there was this talent that was really fun to press.
Mm-hmm.
Like Glacial Spike, like you just Icicle Mage. You gather all your icicles, you throw a massive icicle, and it does loads of. It's like a massive number. It wasn't as competitive as the boring option, which was every time you press this button, it extends your cooldown by duration of your main cooldown.
Yeah.
I mean, a different kind of feel, but like just pressing the button and then generating a giant spike and then throwing it, for like
it's
several million.
It's also like kind of the argument people tend to have with more PAs in NGS, where like I've talked with someone about this beforehand. And I'm like, okay, so you have two PAs. They both solve the same purpose. One of them is better than the other. Which one do you use? Whichever one's better to feel at the moment. It's like, what if they both of them are a high commitment single target based damage PA to use? It's like, oh well, I can alternate them. Like one of them does a bit more damage than the other. It's like then I won't use that one, but I'll use the other one sometimes when it feels a little bit better. It's like you kind of like you break it down, and it comes down to like people just sometimes it's just feel, and it's a weird thing, but doesn't affect everyone the same. Like I've been against more PAs because I live through button bloat of base PSO2.
Yeah, I don't want that back.
Like it's really bad. People talk about like, oh well, hunters could use all of their PAs. I was like, hunter, you used stun concerto into freaking blaze parry. You didn't use all of your PAs. You used all of your PAs if you wanted to style. Everything else was bad. You used stun concerto, blaze parry. That was your life.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was gonna, so yeah, I had to use them all.
Yeah,
minus like one or two maybe.
There's times where there's like PAs for everything, and there are times where like there's PAs like you barely use anything at all. It's like Braver realistically was like maybe 2 or 3 PAs. Like I remember a lot of classes, they were not all using a crap ton of stuff. Like there is a situation where people just play and it plays for feel. I mean, hell, I'm kind of a part of that too. I despise Bouncer's block. I do with a passion. I think it feels like crap. People are like, oh well, it's really balanced and you're able to like, their skill expression. I was like, it is the only block / parry in the entire game where I'm predicated on requiring to hit something or get hit by something for it to actually work. Everyone else, they press weapon action, they get block / parry. I press it, I have to pray that the boss doesn't whiff me randomly or I lose this. And I hate it. Is part of its skill issue? Absolutely. But I just don't like the way it feels.
Yeah. There are some harrowing design inconsistencies or like holdovers from the old guard, like chain boost. No reason to exist anymore.
Chain boost is a choice.
Absolutely no reason to exist. I was saying this yesterday. It should have stunk in the design room when you were saying, let's slow down all the TMG PAs by 20%, and then we give them it back for comboing.
See, that's the way you see it. But it definitely was a situation of the the PAs were that speed before, and they were like, what if we give you a boost that boosts it up to 20%?
What if we just sped it up anyway?
Yeah, it's a big thing about Chain Trigger going in NGS was the crazy notion that it was no longer on the target. Like that was the huge hype moment of like you didn't lose chains like out of nowhere anymore. So like having it work the way it did, like I sort of get where they're coming from, and I think it is a situation of like old guard. Like there's certain things that don't make any sense in NGS. For example, like no offense hunters, but there's no reason for you to have a war cry if it doesn't actually do anything. Like it's cool that it gives you threat, but like threat doesn't do anything in this game outside of make sure that the gunner doesn't have it and the horse doesn't have it.
War cry gives me 15% damage.
Yeah, like that's about it. And then after it's gone, good luck. Like you're but giving the war back in base PSO2, it applied Jellin and gave them a damage bonus based on how many times how many people they actually got a war cried. So there was a reason to press the button. Like it made sense. Force them to press the button. Give them a reason themselves to press the button.
Yeah, but
but now it's here and it doesn't need to be here really.
Like I remember them data mining that Showtime was coming back.
Yeah, Showtime would have been weird.
Never. Well, I mean, it probably would have done something different, like that we don't have gear. It would have done something different, but we never got it.
Yeah, it would have just given you threat, smiley face. Showtime, an active nerf.
Probably, I don't know what it would have done, but it probably would have been overload or something.
I've yelled at you to press the button. Yeah, I've yelled at you to press the button to pull like a target over or something like that. That's about it, really. But that's like, you gotta keep in mind, I'm thinking of the average player. Like, when it's you guys that we're playing with, like if I'm playing with Helvian and he's, you know, he's putting, you know, Nidhogg Blight on the boss, or if I'm playing with MKP and he's, you know, chain triggering, or playing with Usev and you're playing Hunter, like pulling something over. Like those are very niche things that I'm expecting from you guys, because no offense to the average player, but I played a lot of MMOs. There's a lot of drool on the ground and it's not coming from babies. So like, it literally played games where people have said, I don't know, the game didn't tell me that, and it quite literally was a pop-up in the middle of their screen that told them exactly how to deal with the situation. So the bar is pretty low. Like, that's kind of how it has to be. There's a lot of players these days, and the average player is not concerned with doing things right. They're concerned with vibes, man. They're playing for the vibes, which is fine. You know, have fun, do you? But you know, sometimes it's okay for you to read too, just a little bit. I don't actively like being bad at things. I don't play a lot of Darktide.
Honestly, like that's actually kind of relevant. Is like this Arcs record, like the world's fastest Ranger time came from someone who seemingly installed the game a couple months ago, and that is a very rare case of someone actually picking up the game and reading a book, and like using YouTube and like searching resources, and it's like I thought that art was dead.
It's pretty common for players that, I mean, when I start playing games, that's how I look into stuff. I double check builds. Like, even before I make a build video about something, I've said multiple times when I come up with something like a video or whatever, like, yeah, I've seen builds built on this, and this, and I looked at it and I'm like, I can do this better. Like, you had the base idea, I'm refining it. And like, I'll give credit to the person who came up with the base idea, but like, example, Neo 3 recently came out with their DLC. And the build I ran in Neo 3, there's always been that kind of back and forth community. Should you use one set bonus or another? I was looking at them over and over again. I was looking through YouTube and everything else. I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, it's possible to use both at the same time. If these are the two biggest set bonus, but like the two biggest, strongest set bonuses, they don't work against each other. Why are we not building both? I looked at it and I'm like, no, you can. And it slaps about as hard as I thought it did. And I was like, it's one of those thought processes, like, you can do this differently. It's not hard to investigate or look into this, but like, how it happened with SAO, it's happened with Neo, I assume it's going to happen with Code Vein. It just depends on the type of people that are into it. Also, as far as I'm concerned, this game plays better with attack speed. I will sacrifice my left nut if they give me 15% attack speed at all times.
I mean, it's great when everything's online for a gunner. Absolutely intoxicating.
I'm right now playing with just the increased attack speed thing right now from this thing, and Bouncer feels 1,000 times better. Dude, like, it feels so good. My two biggest wants for this class would be give me this attack speed at all times, and then make it so I don't have neutral weapon action anymore. It's just always the fucking block. I can deal with the block the way that it is if I don't have to think about neutral weapon action in the mix, because it breaks up my rhythm so hard.
Oh yeah, amulets are coming.
Yeah, that's... Oh, I guess...
I really...
Get your take on that. What do you think amulets are going to do? Well, what do you want amulets to do? Let's put it that way first.
I think it's like technically already know, but...
Oh, well.
No, I can't. Let's say I don't. Like,
well, let's say you don't. What do you want amulets to do? Let's go with that question.
What would I actually want it to do?
And Chad, this isn't an admission of whether it does this or not either.
This skill tree has just been in stasis for so long. Like, it just needs to do something to it. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I mean, it basically will just be old rings, but
that's kind of where we're at right now.
I don't know what I would want, but like, I mean, short of actually expanding the skill, why don't they just expand the skill tree?
Yeah, I don't know why they ran away from the skill tree situation. I know, like, I get the whole, like, they wanted to break up the whole, we release a new region, here's new levels, here's new skills, like, situation they've been doing. Like they've been a little bit more
That was the
specific
fun
about
part.
it. Well, that's the thing. That was what people complained about. What was boring, which is what I also was like. That was what I enjoyed every month, every expansion is like new skills, new points to put in, level up increase. Like all those together feels good. When you separate them, the leveling part feels like ass.
Yeah, levels haven't mattered since level 70.
Yeah, it's like, oh well, it's just number go up, I guess.
And like, I don't know, like the excuse of, oh, there's no more cocoons. It's like, well, put skill points somewhere else. It's just a point.
Or I don't know.
Or make new ones. Yeah.
Make new cocoons, or just tie them into levels.
Yeah, this is one of the most empty feeling games when you level. It's just like,
Yeah, leveling is very, very bland.
I mean, what would I want an amulet to? I'm trying to think of a problem that Gunner has that would be fixed by an amulet, but then they'd have to make me choose between some things. I was like, obviously, I want chain boost to go away forever. There was an amulet that just gave me permanent chain boost. So I'd probably use that. But what else even is there? Like, I thought that they were going to do a thing where they'd make Bullet Rave give double chain. Because they changed the graphic and it kind of looks like two intertwining bullets now, but then it didn't happen. So,
yeah,
like a double chain amulet only on one target, or like I don't know, no, that'd be broken. Well, no, it wouldn't be. Or an LRA amulet. Oh, they're gonna do that.
Oh God.
LRA, you
LRA
never have,
amulet. Never take that shit off, dude.
A stealth strike amulet.
Stealth strike amulet would be nice.
My God. Oh, they're gonna be annoying. They're gonna make it like a, you know, the inverted amulet. So you have to make everyone else use it, or someone else needs to use it. Otherwise, you still have aggro.
Someone.
But
I mean,
think
an aggro. Oh, what's funny is like, I feel like if it was a ring that made you get threat, but you did more damage while you had threat, would probably be like the quintessential bouncer and hunter ring to have. Because when I don't have threat, trying to block shit is absolutely annoying. Like, it is all over the place.
I mean, if they're gonna copy L rings, or no, R rings, it'd be R ring, then Stealth Strike is a shoo-in, right? It would be the amulet everyone but rangers can wear or something. And it just gives you Stealth Strike.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what you would take from everyone else. Like I don't think it would really work for many other classes though, because like Gunner, like what would you want?
Yeah, it's a weird spot to be in.
What does he even do? Everything is intrinsically linked to chain, so which is a main class.
Yeah.
I feel like a stealth strike amulet has to be. They have to be making that. If like LRA is the three most like spammed letters, this would be the perfect way to solve it.
Yeah. It's a tough call on what you would go with. Did I never repop buffs when I came back here? I think I didn't. Nah, I'd run without buffs because I'm a really, really smart guy.
I mean, I don't really want to do this that much more, but
that's fair.
Like be on the beach anyway. I'll keep talking, but
yeah, no, I feel that. Did I try to dispose of items just now? Didn't I try to put this shit in it? Oh no, I've now capped my premium storage. Lovely. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I gotta do that as well.
Into mission pass storage you go.
They're gonna make us level the amulet though, then.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole process. What I'm mostly looking for is just a synergy of some sort. I think utility synergies are completely fine. Everyone talks about like it's not any more damage, but I heard a lot of talks about damage to people who aren't doing any damage. Call that toxic if you will, but I don't know. I think my patience went away of that hypocrisy of Mars, of I want to play my class. Like, motherfucker, you don't even want to gear it. What do you mean you want to play your class?
I think it's maybe it was paraphrasing. Maybe they were all just like, I can't be bothered to learn this, and it's like, okay, I can kind of see that, but like,
Oh no, I mean I had full blown conversations with people about it too, just to find out like the COP process, and it was like they didn't want to be taken out of being able to use the weapons that they use or the class that they picked, and being forced into the system. I was like, that sounds really fucking stupid.
I feel like 10 years ago, people would have been like, "Yeah, this is awesome."
Yeah, I think they would have.
There's more whimsy in the world, you know.
The whimsy is gone, dude.
Yeah, there's no whimsy anymore.
Life isn't about whimsy anymore. It's about either hardcore optimization or feeling. And the weird part is like feeling is supposed to kind of be whimsy, and the amount of anti-whimsy I've seen is insane. Yeah, the whole concept of PSO2 or the concept of Phantasy Star games is a power trip, dude. It's a power fantasy, but a lot of things get ruined by forcing balance of some sort. And people ask all the time, it's like, oh well, would it really be that bad if everything was balanced? And I was like, I point to Phantasy Star, I point to Final Fantasy 14. I love that game to death, but the one thing that is a constant irritation for most players is that everything feels homogenized. Everything feels like everything does everything. I'm like, yeah, because it does. That's called balance. That's how you have that happen. They're redesigning the entire game for that exact reason.
Oh, one good Curadim. Yes.
Nice. Congratulations.
Out of 200 Curadim.
Dude, I need more spaces. I need to add more to the wanted list.
What they need to do is make a storage of like 9,000 slots. That's where every single dim goes. And just let me play the game until I don't anymore. And then I just sort. It needs its whole system. I mean, like this. Thing is, base was just this all the time, though, right? Like,
yep.
You look on the floor,
literally everything.
Look for an 8 or a high number, and then you look at it. That's what I did anyway.
It depended on what you were going for, but yeah, it was basically this. You would look at what dropped, you knew what could drop on it, and you would look at the number of how many augments would be on it and things like that. But yeah, it was basically this feeling at all times. And that's why I was like, I hate this. This just feels like base all over again.
And I think I did buy some bag space upgrades. So I've never bought a bag space upgrade in this game, so I don't need it.
Oh,
you basically have 250.
I maxed out my storage for base for character storage.
Oh, character.
I maxed out character. Well, not character. I'm sorry. I maxed out inventory first, and then I added a character as well.
I'm at 650. I don't know what that is, if that's even the base or not.
That was the amount you could buy off of one of the sales. I'm assuming you bought during one of the sales, because I have the exact same amount.
That does ring a bell. But yeah, I mean, like bringing back even the shadow of the base looting system is giving me like Nam flashbacks. So
yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, because
it's absolutely terrible. But
I didn't even understand it till months in. I just didn't understand, like, well, I had to be told or had to find out like what actually is valuable, and then I had to start looking for these things. And then it was like, well, how do I know without picking it up and my 50 bag slots? How the hell am I supposed to do this? And it's like, oh, I see. Yes, that's how they made the money.
Base bag slots is crazy. Actually, dude, you have to in PSO2, so you never experienced like. God, peak. Like, you want horror flashbacks, brother? Imagine not getting a weapon and not being able to use it because you didn't have the proper ticket.
Oh, I thought you were about to say stat. No, yeah, ticket. Permits, yeah. Oh, yeah, you did get permits for fucking...
Permits for 12-star and above.
Oh, yeah, I never had that.
Yeah, that was a time to be alive. But, yeah, no, it was a whole thing.
6.7 million, yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have some fond memories of base. I mean, it was a formative years, I guess, of this game. but oh my god, it's so dated. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I just got. Oh, I just. Oh, ooh. What is that?
Oh, you get something good?
That maintain shortage patient. That is like the ultimate Solus combo. 10 million. I swear I'm already selling one though, which is actually kind of concerning. Because it's just not sold ever.
2kx. Oh, wait, oh yeah, it died. Yeah, I could see how that happens. But the market's also kind of saturated. Tokon kind of took over for needing, or for being the spot that was necessary for Ultimate Marvel fans. So yeah, I had fun memories of base, but I also like try to keep realistic thoughts on base. There was a lot that was bad. Like
NGS has done a lot to improve upon the formula, at least regarding UX and feeling, but it's also gone backwards a lot in terms of it's just the feeling of just being stuck. I don't know. I think it's just because I think it is psychological. Like, ultimately, PSO is this, but
yeah, it's
you are in Westalia again, so
it's the same thing. It's always been the same thing. It's always been the same style, but it's the way you break it up or change things. Like, this has been the formula since PSO, like ever since PSO 2 primarily, is like kind of these circle running sort of style quests and the looting and things of that sort. This is what PSO 2 was. Where like older games like PSU and so on kind of broke that up was like they introduced friction. There was other friction involved in getting certain things done, which base PSO2 did a little bit too. Like you had rare quests that would pop up in certain farms, where certain things would only drop in certain areas. But the more you added like convenience to the mix, and the more kind of came in and like things kind of homogenized into what felt like almost boring. Like a quest like this in the previous games would have been like, yo, you farm the hell out of this because this isn't around all the time, right? Like, this is every LTQ. It's just the ones that you hate the least, usually. But normally LTQ is
finally changed the name of LTQ to RQ.
Yeah, that is not nicer. But it's ultimately this is what it is, but I don't know, there's some things I kind of need them to just do that I know for a fact it's not gonna change anything, but it's just going to be better for the overall, like, the mental for the player base.
I mean, the number one thing I would want is innovation in Arcs Records, because like while it's nice that they're trying to make, you know, like Turtle and Helldash and EX, even EX, even though I was like half quit back then. There's so much just stuff lying around that they could just refresh by making it level sync. Like, it's so easy to me. Like, just add another rank or whatever. Like,
I am a fan of they should utilize what's already there.
Yeah.
So I agree 100%. Well, it's not even just for Arc Suckers, just in general. Like, I agree, Arc Sucker definitely. I think they should have a bit more of an emphasis on, how can I put this? It's gonna sound very pretentious in a sense, and like, don't just for chat, don't look at it this way. But like, I think to a degree they need to be okay with designing something for like the top 5%. Like, each game has that sort of introduction and that sort of thing in there. Like, ultimate fights in Final Fantasy 14 are not designed for everyone. The Savage difficulty, which is basically the equivalent of like the end of a mythic raid, essentially, right? Or sorry, the end of a it's basically about the difficulty of the end of a or the midway point of a mythic raid. Probably like end of heroic, midway point of a mythic raid is kind of like what Savage is. And 15% of the player base completes Savage. Ultimates are a tier past that. Ultimates are what I would consider like that of being an entire fight that's like 16 minutes long, that's designed as like the last fight of a mythic raid, if not a tier higher. So like, it's, in most players, don't fucking touch Ultimate. Like, it is like 2% of the player base actually beats Ultimate when it's like on gear, like, or when it's on tier. But they still design them, they still work on them because it's important to have. I feel like it's okay to design for like the top 2%. Just do it. But also like, oh, and it's, you know, PS2 has no endgame. I'm like, no, it does. It's Arc's record. It just isn't prioritized. Like it's there. It's the Arc's record. That is PS2's endgame, whether you like it or not. Speedrunning and Phantasy Star games have always been the endgame. Always. Wasn't based PSO2? Hell, look at fucking Endless. That was like the pinnacle, the pinnacle of the speedrunning side of things. Granted, there was other speedruns that happened, but that happened there is where that happened there too. PSU, speedrunning missions, solo or group. That was the end game. Like, that has always been the case for Phantasy Star games. It's always been speedrunning.
I will say that, like, it's apparent how many people have never done Malignant Luther when you go in the UQ and people just get folded back. I think all of the the Malignants and the high quests are basically our ultimates. They're not. They're nowhere near as hard as Ultimate. But,
yeah,
like,
no, I see what you're saying.
I think they're like a sub 5% participation rate. I mean, maybe people go in, but then they just get their ass beat. They get one shot, or they have no hope of meeting a timer.
Yeah,
and they just never clear it.
I would say, like, it would probably be about the equivalent of, I think it's treated like our Ultimate, but like as far as, you know, people are participating, but I think it's more equivalent to like a Savage Raid, honestly. Because like the difficulty is definitely there. Early on, it's not the easiest to clear unless you're actually very geared or very well versed and like prepared for the fights themselves. So it depends on the fight themselves. Some are easier to clear than others. Like Walking Man Emoji, the fight was pretty good.
I feel like
that one was like way easier.
God, I don't want to go back. We will be going back. But I think like Lufa was not that hard. I think like maybe the end was a bit scary, but that was about it. But like the Solus, like there's actually a decent shot. You just wipe out of nowhere on Solus. It was actually a first for this game.
Oh yeah, the status element stacking was insane. Getting caught in stuns, like there were certain combinations I was like, you're getting hit by this. There's nothing you can do. Like, you got caught, that's your ass. Also, they really wanted to make sure they'd kill certain players. Like, Luther, what was this recent, Solus Crypt? This is the first time that I ever went back and made my codec.
And there was I didn't have to go that. I didn't have to go that far. But
yeah, I'm bad. I was like, I'm gonna get killed. So like, it's fine.
I'm gunner. It's fine. I think I did go like short. Yeah, because I remember. Wait, what was it? Oh right, yeah, because I was trying out wires as my sub, so I was doing TMG wire. But in order to do that, I have to spend my health in the very hurtful orange rain. So I went shortage, maintain, and then something else because patient was too expensive. But to support myself, I put well, actually it was just Lexio healing me, honestly. But wait, did I put count follow? No, I didn't. How was I healing my? Oh no, maintains healing. Heals.
Yeah, maintain does give heals whenever you drop below.
Yeah, so that was like my sustain was like I'd spend some health to Hellish Fall, and then I would just spend time hitting to get back up via maintain, and if there was a party member with Alexia, then I would also heal from that as well.
Gotcha.
So it was like the first time I was really thinking about like, how do I not burger this? You know, I don't want to be I don't want to die at all, but being the 5th F is always the worst part.
Yeah, it's painful.
You're only.
Yeah, we're gonna do UQ. Yeah, go ahead and keep going.
Is it up right now?
It's popping in 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I'll do that.
No, I'm gonna run those as well. I'm assuming are you joining with us? So you have a group together?
I don't have a group. I'll just.
Alright.
Am I doing Lufa? Do I care about Lufa? Is it DFI? I just need the damn treasure scratch.
Yeah, I usually
I
do
really
either,
don't
so.
care about a card. Like,
No, it's Kinscope, so that's something to do.
actually, yeah, it does drop a terror.
Hmm.
I guess it would drop terror trial. or
Apparently,
something.
apparently DFI is indeed there. So if you want to cop out, you can.
Yes. I mean, it's in 50. I'll just suck it up and go and just switch my classes and preparation.
It's all good. New DF rank when? I mean, the new ranks are always, one thing I will give the PSO2 credit where credit's due, man. Every time we've gotten a return of a previous fight, it's been better than the original. No offense to those who like the originals, but like they're every single time. Everyone always talk about how great Masquerade was, and they kind of jerk off Mask a little bit with base PSO2's version. But that entire fight was literally built for Hero. That was just a Hero demo fight.
It's so weird back then though, that the DFI R2 was a completely different quest. It was just like that was the first taste we had of hard content. I think there was a lot of wiping in R2, and then actually the DPS chat was actually quite tight because they expected you to have a Kaiser,
Yeah.
and no one did. Back, early days of Gavaras, no one had a Kaiser, so everyone's rocking up with
God, what were you using
what
back
the hell
then?
what was it before Kaiser? Like no one wanted to use a Rox when they knew.
Yeah,
the
the
other one?
Rocks was terrible. You just had it for making the Kaiser later, but I don't remember what the weapon was that we used. Wasn't that around Kodak time?
No, Kodak was some seasonal later. Well, I guess Kodak is like 5 or 6 stars. But
Yeah, I think it was around that time
I
frame.
don't think it was. I don't think it was out. What the hell was it? It was like Sinquim. We were not still on Sinquim
Were we on Synclums back then? No.
because that was 5 stars. 6 star. What came out in 6 stars? I don't think
Neos?
anything did. No, that's 8.
Yeah, that's way later.
Vegas.
Shektel?
that looks familiar.
I don't think Shektel was it
Shektel.
either.
Well, I think it was stronger. It was a. Yeah. Sectil was a 6 star, but it was for mobbing. There must have been something else. I literally can't remember 6 stars.
I'd have to pull up the Visiphone and look.
I'm just sorting my bag by 6 star. Kodak is there, but I swear that's a seasonal.
Rugged?
No
Wait,
one had a rocket.
wait, hold on. Wasn't there like a really expensive weapon from Retem that was still being used?
Relic.
Was it Relics?
Yeah, those are 5 stars though.
I think you were still using Relics if you had one.
Oh, it was Evil Eclipse. Or
Oh, Evil-
Orbit.
Evil Orbits? That might have been it.
Those are like the only 6 stars. Sector, Evil Orbit, Evil Eclipse, and Rocks. But Kodak is there. But I swear Kodak is a seasonal. What's Kodak? Is there a
Evil was
yeah,
the start of
it was a seasonal weapon. Yeah, Evil Eclipse was a ticket weapon. Evil Orbit, I think, came from like Cannonball or something.
Yeah.
Or Ordinal. Or, I know it drops from Ordinal.
Oh god, the
but-
ticket weapons when that was a thing. I remember that.
Wow, yeah, 6 star, yeah. Fuck all until Kaiser. And then Orging, not very easy.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the first time with the Kaiser situation, pre-auging things and then swapping the weapon over to find out that your augments didn't transfer.
Ooh,
Yeah, I
how
remember
did
hearing
I
about
kill your game?
that. I remember that travesty of a situation.
That was a terrible mistake to make. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
but luckily I wasn't in the business of rushing my weapon. So somehow people got a Rox and perfectly orged it in a week or less back then.
Well, yeah, they grabbed the rocks and they started
Mastery 4 and that 3 or whatever it was.
Yeah, they got a rocks and they started auging them and using them in preparation of building their next weapon. And when they transferred it, they fucked themselves. It was real bad. Or they created it and fucked themselves. But I remember specifically saying, I was like, I don't know if these if this is gonna transfer, so you probably don't want to aug your shit ahead of time.
They just didn't know.
Yeah.
That people would even do it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. Like that was a really bad debacle to have.
Yeah,
1 year in.
It was funny because I remember specifically mentioning it. It's like, hey, this has happened before and was a problem the first time they did a transfer. I was like, this happened with austere weapons back in the day. I would recommend not auging your shit until we know for sure. Like, when they first released austere weapons for PSO2, which was at a time of old type grinding. So it was like you'd grind your weapon to 10, and then you would unlock the potential, and grind to 10, and unlock the potential, and grind to 10. Like that was old type weapons that existed at the time. And austere was like the pinnacle weapon. Like you had to grind, you had to get a bunch of shit, trade in a bunch of stuff, trade in weapons and a bunch of items. And then at the end, when you traded everything in, you got your austere weapon, and it didn't have any of the augments of the weapons that you used during that time, because there wasn't like a base to the austere or whatever. Well, there was, but like it wasn't treated that way. It was just another weapon as part of the list of what you needed. And I remember when that weapon was like the best weapon you could get, and people like started crafting them, and they were using the invade weapons and everything that happened beforehand. And when they swapped over, it was a huge issue. It was like, hey, it doesn't transfer all of your stuff, and that was a problem that never really got fixed. Like later weapons that didn't happen during it, but they didn't even address it at the time. The answers we get nowadays, I am deeply surprised on how fast things change. Because man, base PSO2 fighters will tell you that they'd been saying buff fighter all the way until episode 6 before anything happened, and fighter came out in episode 2. So
I don't at that point I don't think they were even listening. I think it's literally just coincidence.
This is
Inevitability.
Yeah, it finally got buffed in episode 6, dude. Like it was insane. The what was it called? The usual or the unusual change they saw so quickly that happened for Braver was unprecedented. Bravers were addressed in like 2 weeks. But you know, Katana Star Online do be Katana Star Online. I am still convinced that someone on the dev team is a Katana user, and they're pushing it that way. All right, it's 5 minutes till then. Let's see.
Clearly, they don't play Gunner.
I don't know, man. I swapped over to Gunner during what was it? During Splintered Realm with a really shitty weapon and blast out 100k DPS like I barely tried. So it was pretty stupid. You may not have any down, but might I interest you in the shittiest block of all time? You can have the down, but you also have a terrible block. Would you like that? I'll take your lack of down damage instead. In exchange for a better block.
No, we already have the fattest dodge window in the game, so
you see, it's funny.
Actually, no, rifles is fat.
Anytime I offer, it's like you could have this damage and you could also have this, but you have to take our block. No class takes it. Not a single person is like, nah, not worth it. Everyone's always like, not worth it.
I don't want it. We have a very, because if I block things, I can't farm chain on lingerings because it's going to stop working. So that's one. And two, again, yeah, it's like, don't you have to block during?
You have to block
things.
Specifically during a PA, yes.
Yeah, that's.
And if you press that weapon action during a non-PA, like it does neutral block, which gets you way out of position. and it just breaks my whole rhythm. I hate that so much.
It's a weird thing. Like, I played a little bit of Waker, and I think that like pushing Hot Marmello is so. Although I learned Hot Marmello parry is like a 2-second block.
Yeah, Hot
doesn't
Marmello
even
parry is
make
just
any
the
sense.
better version of what they gave us. Like I would have taken Hot Marmello parry instead.
I don't understand why it's like such a long block though. Like it's so far beyond the animation, and then it's still blocking.
Yeah.
I thought it was more finesse to it, but there really isn't. You literally pre-fire it, and you're fine for 66% of the cooldown.
Yep.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, it's next month, right? Or
What's next
on the
month?
roadmap. I saw they're in the next column,
What's up?
and like Dalian and Amulets are gonna be next month, right?
Oh yeah, Dalians and Amulets are coming up next month.
Yeah, Dalian's gonna drop Amulets, isn't he?
Probably, yeah.
Because there's already a red exclamation mark by Dalian, so that's kind of a dead giveaway.
Yep.
As Solus had one, but they cannot keep these cannons. Like,
No, leave the cannon.
you know, I bet what they're gonna do is they're gonna make the same cannon, but then the ground's gonna break, and now you can fall out and die. Like, let's see.
You leave my walking man emoji the fight alone, sir.
No, it needs to be a better cannon, or give it another button or something. It's so.
Yeah, it's pretty slow.
Well, at least make it auto fire, like the left click. Like if I press it, just let it keep going until I do something else. Because I don't want to hold it down.
No, you're gonna hold left mouse button. You're gonna like it.
For 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I'm gonna hold down left click.
Yeah, what they're gonna actually do is they're gonna make it now, so you have to. It's cannons the entire fight. It's no longer a small section. The whole fight is now walking man emoji.
If it was like if they gave us the all realm cannon, but this is the thing. Like if they did do that, then they have to give Dalian like 10x more health.
Yeah.
Because the all realm cannon is really strong, and he's made up of 9 parts, so that would also not help.
There's a JP only headline in a day and a half. That's gonna be fun to cover.
Yeah, I think it's basically our headline. We're just not going to be able to understand anything, but we will see things.
Yep.
Oh,
they're doing a live show? I see. I'm in Kavaris right now.
I mean, yeah.
Live show usually means they're showing off something random, though, so that might be fun. Oh, dude. The best / worst thing they've ever put in this game, the stupid hip shake.
Oh, I'm so sick of this. I don't even know how there are this many.
Everywhere, dude. It's a fucking plague.
Every single one is 40 mil.
Yeah. Which kills me, and I look at people, and I look at their gear, and I'm like, brother, you could have spent 2 mil and been in better shape. How is this a thing? It's like, how am I supposed to afford hip shake? I don't know. Figure it out. A hip shake is a plague, dog.
Well, they were addressing the broken personal, top sellers list in the maintenance, but no, they still don't. Do they just not know? Like,
what's going on? Also, where are you?
The top sellers list doesn't work, and it hasn't worked since they moved the servers.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's something they haven't been able to fix. Also, what? Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm not leader.
Yeah, I'm going.
Prize.
Oh.
That's why. Hang on a second. I'm gonna disband this party. I'm gonna make a new one real quick for people here. MKP and Cry, are you guys coming? I can get you on party.
Hip shake actually is worth like 2 lever Renzas now.
That's insane.
But the thing is, like, someone had to pull it.
Yep. Which is why a lot of people are like, there's no way, man. Like, people are actually spending money. Yeah, all the time. Literally every day, dude. Like, people spend money on this game all the fucking time. What are you talking about? It's a business. Of course they spend money.
They're gonna make it. Well, they're gonna see how good this idol was, and they're gonna make another one, a second form or something.
Yeah, probably. It's always funny to look at the concept of how people understand the different classes. I think my favorite thing they ever responded to was their choice of making specifically female outfits or type 2 outfits. Because it finally got rid of the cope, dude. And I was like, I've been saying this for years, man. Of course, cries out. Let's see.
I was looking at the because I was looking at my salon for like how many outfits do I actually have, and it's like the last like dozen are just T2 on the T1.
Yeah, exactly. It's all just T2 outfits they've just slapped on the T1. Wait, how did they get into this party? I never invited them. Am I? Guys, I feel like I'm losing it. How the hell are you guys in the party? I didn't invite you. I left the party you were in, invited Helvian, and asked if you guys were coming. Look down and you're both in the party. What? No. I disbanded the party from the all ship. Like I came back. I wasn't even party lead. Cry was in the salon. MKP was in the salon. I left the party. They came out of the salon and joined the party.
Or joined work in a city.
Like it looks like it's trying to rebuild the party, I guess. Like, it was weird. What the fuck? All ship remakes the party sometimes when you come back. No, guys, I know that's how it works. I'm saying we came back already. We were in the hub. I left that party completely. Made a new party. Only invited Helvian, and Cry and MKP somehow showed up.
Like, I think it's like some bug with like auto join or something.
Yeah, I think it's an auto join bug or something like that.
Or it remembered. Like...
All right. Two slots. Password's the same, boys. What ship am I on? I'm on ship 2. Someone had Crawford dressed up and they were using the hip dance emoji. And I was like, why? What is this? And they're like, no, that's totally right. Crawford would totally do that. I'm like, y'all. And you wonder why people treat you the way they do. Like, there's a reason why Balloon Booba's 20 mil, okay? Oh, my food buff. God damn it. We need to step out for a second. Fuck. I don't have any buffs. Ah, shit. Let me know once you've loaded, because this is also something that will infinite load your ass.
I am here. Yeah.
Because this is how I get MKP and infinite load. If I load into the quest and then immediately leave before he loads, he just ends up in an infinite tunnel. It's so funny, dude. Yep. Wait, hold on. Did it do it to you just now? There's no way. Did I infinite tunnel your ass?
Yeah, it didn't finish. The timer hadn't jumped, so not everyone had finished loading. Oh no, he's here.
Okay, he's there. Okay, good. I was like, did I infinite load him? I think I'm good. That'd have been funny.
He has appeared in the camp. So.
Yeah, I think he's good now.
I have had that, but I have recovered.
Oh, surprising. The recommended food isn't bad. I thought it was gonna be ass, but it's actually pretty solid. And apparently, it retroactively changes based on or it changes based on what foods you actually have. So if you're out of something it normally would recommend, it actually shifts it over to like the next best thing. It's surprising, honestly, very surprising. All right, we're good now. I think yes. All right, well, I'm good. Sorry about that, boys. My mistake. I forgot I didn't change my Celeste skill points. Get that fucking screenshot of that thing out of here. What's up, Kissel? This will be a nice little impromptu video I'll throw up on the channel. It'll be hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't have any notes, so yeah.
It's all good. Didn't need to be anything too crazy. We'll probably have to start going back through things again when everyone gets another balance pass.
I think Gunnar has moved on quite a bit since the last time.
You have damage.
He said we don't have down. It's like, well, it's like we do, but it's kind of not. I don't know. It's because there's so many times in this game where you need to do a break, but you can't, because if you finish, you will induce break, and now you don't have a chain finish. But if you don't finish, you won't get the break because it takes literally 4.5 times longer to do it.
Oh, jeez.
Or 3.5 times longer to actually induce it. So you do 0 DPS.
I just remember very, very vividly switching to Gunner, picking up the stupid crappy free weapon they give you, and just doing 120k DPS, just instantly understanding how the actual rotation worked. I was like, this is really dumb. Well, can argue about a lot of things. Damage isn't something you're missing.
It is, but it's like when, especially when you're
though?
solo, it's like.
Is it though?
It's like you are incapable of multiple, because my down is tied to my damage. Sometimes I only want the down, not the damage.
Yeah.
But if I don't do the down, I don't do any damage. So it's like you're screwed unless you're like. Well, actually, that is where Mars actually helps.
It sounds a lot like you have damage then. That's at least what I'm understanding of the situation is damage is definitely there.
Thing is, like, you need a slipstream to be behind to do damage, otherwise you don't. You need a fighter in front of you giving you slipstream, so you don't get aggro.
Yeah, but how much damage should Gunner realistically have is the question. What are we talking here? Comparison-wise, are we talking he needs to do as much damage as every other high damage class in the game? Are we talking like it's so far behind it's not even comparable?
I'm just saying, if fighter did not exist, I think they'd actually be fine. But fighter makes everything like look so much worse in comparison.
Yeah, but it's fighter. I feel like that's, if it didn't do that to every class, what would it be?
Mid.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. It was mid as hell before. That's for that exact reason.
It is hard, so I guess they.
It is. My time playing fighter was definitely hella more difficult than my time playing Gunner, for sure.
Oh yeah.
It was.
Well, the thing is, like, they flattened the skill expression by, buffing point blank 5 times in a row. So now there's like almost nothing. No depth.
Yeah, I mean,
core mechanic.
Point blank forehead. I heard you like point blank. But no,
we went through it with Bullet Rave when Bullet Rave 3 got added, and then that was the one finish everyone did, and then point blank got buffed, and then it was back to the regular program. But they just don't buff step counter. Like, it's right there. Like, kind of forgot it's there.
I mean, do you use step counter though?
in finishes, yeah. It's the strongest move.
It's just one of those thoughts, like I'm trying to figure out, like, yeah, they don't buff step counter. It's like you're thinking about it from perspective of use case in that situation, but like, yeah, I'm trying to figure, like, you buff step counter, right? How do you not buff step counter so much that it's not the option you utilize for oh shit, I got it. What the hell is this? Oh, it's over here.
Someone's got that.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, that's right, Gunner. Forgot. Still shooting the boss. Yeah, I don't want to bully like utility, but it's the same concept of like other classes in game. Like you don't bring anything else to the table. I was like, if fighters didn't have their damage, they'd have nothing else. It's kind of my problem. I have with the current class that I play in 14 is our Reaper and our Summoner are almost doing as much damage as I am, and in some cases doing as much damage as I am. And both of them bring a buff to the entire party while I don't bring anything. It's just my damage in general. Like, all right, so like, why am I even here again? Question mark. If I don't do more damage than both of them?
I would argue that what we have has been power crept out of use anyway, because now everyone has, like, even right now as I speak, I have 337 PP.
Yeah, I mean,
no one needs more.
Yeah, no one really needs any. Like you have everything you need for the most part, but it's like balanced solo versus group, yeah.
And yeah, and solo doesn't. Well, I guess solo doesn't do anything anyway. But that's like in a party. What does fighter do other than beat?
Yeah, like it's just one of those situations where like, if a class doesn't do anything other than damage, like I'm totally comfortable with like. I know some people are like, oh well, I don't like my damage being less. It should be as much as other classes. Like, no, dude. If I force the boss to be down more often, I'm totally fine with doing less damage. That's completely reasonable. If you don't do shit else, like realistically, Slayer, Fighter, like they don't do anything else. They deal damage, and that's about it.
And Slayer is so mogged though. Like,
yeah, it's insane.
Hunter is mogged. Waker's mogged. They have no, like, Warcry is not utility.
Yeah.
Waker has no utility. Slayer has no utility, but they get mogged by Fighter, who has no utility. So you got 4 classes with no utility, but only one of them can be good.
Yeah.
Well, the best, I mean.
I mean, the fighter situation also has a lot to do with the fact that you are technically you're in more danger. So in theory, you should have more damage because the damage you're trying to deal with, you have to deal with the incoming things that are coming at you. And I guess Hunter. Oh, I didn't realize the boss is already dead. Shit. Hunter, you have the added benefit of safety, but the question comes in like, is that worth it for you? You know.
I mean, the way I've been playing Wires is like, I am actively spending my health to do damage.
Yeah.
But it's not Hunter, it's just Wires, but...
I mean, that's Hunter in general. You're putting yourself in place of taking damage, but you also are just safe as hell. Like, insanely safe most of the time playing Hunter. Even playing Wires, that's all I played when I played Hunter, is I played Wire Hunter. And you kind of have the ability to survive just about anything. Like, nothing really feels like you're putting yourself in danger.
Yeah, you do have a lot of stacking percent.
Yeah, you also have, you give damage reduction to your entire group as well, which, like, defensive utility is one thing. But, I don't know, it's one of the situations you have to decide how PS2 should be balanced. Is it going to be balanced to, skill? Is it balanced via party? Is it balanced via solo? I feel like it's a little bit all over the place sometimes.
If anything, I just want the skill ceiling to go up. Like
yeah,
it was.
That's a fair thing to ask for. I'm concerned though they're going too high, causing barrier to entry issues.
I mean, that's Fighter.
I don't want it to go down is the thing. It needs to not go down anymore.
As Putzu mentions, is that way back in the expansion, the first one, they buffed the step attack. They did not buff the step counter, which I still think was an error. I don't think they meant to do that.
Yeah, it's a choice.
But like, what it is about, like, opportunity. Point blank is always there, but a counter opportunity is not always there, and it is also a DPS loss to wait for it too. Like you were better off just sending it and going next rather than waiting for the counter. If it comes and you are good enough to exploit that, then you should be rewarded. But right now you are not really rewarded for doing that. Not that much.
Step counter definitely not, because if you're in a group, step counter does not get LRA, so it falls way behind.
So the only real other finisher is to S-roll after the first point blank, and then do another charge point blank, which is pretty easy.
See, my first thought when you look at buffing step counter, I know people are looking at it from that perspective, right? Like, which makes sense. You look at it from a perspective of a higher skill ceiling, right? But my initial thought is, what happens to S roll arts if step counter becomes so strong that an S roll is weaker?
Well, it is a neat thing. You can do both.
Well, yeah.
Then you S-roll into a
you end up
S-roll into a step counter.
Then you end up with gunner BAPS.
It's not quite BAPS. It has to linger. Oh, well,
that's literally what BAPS has. BAPS has to be a lingering attack, and you do both instantaneously. One lags behind the other because of the lingering attack.
Is BAPS.
Yeah, that's just
but
BAPS.
Yeah, like that. I mean, you can do that. You can already do that right now, and it's a really good finisher. But like, if you brought step counter up, like, yeah, it would become like.
It's like that. Just sounds like BAPS. And I fear them buffing things too much, because that's how we ended up with Jolt the way that it is now. Because Jolt's biggest issue is it's too fucking strong. They buffed it too much. So now it's the only option.
Yeah, no, they're buffing boots. So.
Well, I think that they've heard people talk about boots. It's hilarious how people ask, can you do another balance pass? Yes, and we're starting with boots. It's like, okay, hold on. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what was going on with that one.
Yeah, and I think some inconsistencies need fixing. Like, like technique domination for force is so like anal. It's like, oh, it's not actually a down, or oh, that's not actually a technique. Actually,
well, the issue is
meanwhile, fighter, like
they just need to fix downs. Like, either fix what procs the down or fix how downs work. Because like the whole concept of that's not a real down is getting real old. Like, that shit's getting real old.
It's like, that's not down, or like compounds are not technique. A compound is not a technique. It's a compound technique.
Yeah.
So it doesn't count. So it doesn't get LRA. It doesn't get technique domination, and it doesn't get Wix.
It's very strange. Very, very strange. But we'll see. It's over.
It's
overcooked. Basically, they over-engineered it, which I think that's the entirety of Jet Boots, in my opinion, is it's over-engineered. Unnecessarily, but that's a conversation for another day. We'll have to come together again about Gunner and everything else around the time they're doing balance patches and passes, see how they do. I'm curious of what they're going to do, because they said they're doing balance passes, and this time it's not renewals or expansions or whatever. They're just doing balance changes. So we'll have to see what they do.
That's what they used to do.
Yeah, used to get major balance changes. I remember the day that we got all of the changes for. God, I feel old. The day that Hero came out and just disrupted the entire game, everyone realized how shit every class was.
Yeah.
They're like, wait, it could be this good? Why don't we have any of this? And then they released the balance patch that buffed every class in the game.
Yeah, I didn't even witness that, but when Hero came out, it was like, everyone is. I'm 11 heroes and one gunner.
Yeah, it was really
in Deus.
Yeah, like, if you didn't play during JP time, dude, it was so funny. It was, you were either a hero, a ranger, a Tector, or a detriment. Those were the 4 classes.
I missed the old Azra.
That was
gunner as well. Like that shit reached across the map.
It was insane. Has a lot of invulnerable moves. I think the enemies need more orange moves. Can you stop that? I will find you. I will find you and I will end you. If I see any more goddamn unblockables, I'm so tired of unblockables. I move slow as shit Leave me alone. It's such a pain in the ass, dude. Oh, dude, I need to find the person that complained that being able to step counter things was annoying. Orange, I will. Oh, I'm hovering the ban. I'm hovering it. I swear to God. Fucking orange brick. God damn. Dude, Crypt was doing the most of the unblockables. Crypt made me value Ranger sub a lot. New amulet. Immune to orange unblockables. No, new amulet. You can block unblockables. But we could be here all day. I'm gonna dip. I'll catch you later, Mr. Helvian. Thanks for hanging out.
Okay.
Get some rest, dude.
Yeah.
Later.
Cheers.
That was fun, chat. But that does bring us to the end of our stream for the day. I skipped my food. It's been sitting downstairs for an hour. So I'm gonna go eat. I will catch you guys later. TY for the farms. We'll be back again tomorrow. It might be... It's probably gonna be PSO2. It's probably gonna be PSO2. I don't know. No, I really want to play Neo, dude. I so want to play Neo soon. Neo's gonna happen soon, but we'll get some farming for sure. We might play Neo and then go back to PSO2 after the when things get things jump up with bonuses and things like that. We'll see. We'll see. We might be back on the beach again tomorrow. We'll see how things go. You guys have been enjoying the beach. Everyone's been hanging out for the beach, so we might just live on the beach. We'll see how things go. But as is usual, Twitter stream will end, YouTube stream will end, Twitch, hang on for just a moment. We're gonna raid someone. I'd appreciate if you guys stuck around for those. But yeah, you guys are awesome. Love your faces, and I will see you guys tomorrow.